Thank you. Good evening. It's April 7th, 2025, and we have two meetings tonight. The first one we're going to be doing is a public forum on appropriations outside the annual budget, particularly Community Preservation Act budget and the Charter Review Committee appropriation. For the purposes of this special town council meeting, we are joined by the Finance Committee. Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 extended through June 30th, 2027, the ability of public bodies to meet in a fully remote or hybrid manner. This law allows us to continue holding meetings remotely without a quorum of the council physically present at the meeting location. This meeting is accessible in real time, by Zoom, by phone, and as a live broadcast on Amherst Media, Channel 9. And live stream. Actually, in fact, there are 12 counselors presently in attendance, and of that 12, 10 of us are in the room, in the town room. Please be advised that this meeting is being held in person, and that remote access is an option, is provided as a courtesy only. In the event of technology issues with the remote connection, the meeting will continue in person as scheduled, such that members of the public are encouraged to attend the meeting at its physical location, if possible. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the April 7th public forum to order at 6:32. I'll call upon each counselor by the name they have indicated they would like to be addressed. At that time, please unmute your mic and say present, and then please mute it again. Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Present.
Councilor Ette.
Present.
Lynn Griesmer's present. Councilor Haneke.
Present.
Bob Hagner.
Present.
Councilor Lord.
Present.
Pam Rooney.
Here.
Councilor Ryan.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
I'm here remotely.
Thank you. Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Jennifer Taub.
Here.
Councilor Walker. I don't see her yet. Councilor Shane, I understand that since you're remote, we're going to ask the vice chair of the Finance Committee to call the Finance Committee to order. So Bob, would you please do that?
Yes, I'm calling the Finance Committee to order at 6:33 p.m. And all members are present or already, except Bernie is on also present. Bernie, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and Tom and Alicia are not present at moment.
Okay. Very quickly, we're going to show two financial orders. The first of those is the Community Preservation Act project allocations. And I'm going to ask for the Finance Committee to just give us what you have already voted with regard to this financial order.
Yeah, so this is the CPA authorization, and we voted unanimously to recommend that the council adopt this plan.
Okay, thank you. The second is a $15,000 request from the Charter Review Committee for an appropriation for consultant. That is on the screen at this time. Bob, would you just, I believe the Finance Committee did not vote on this, but you discussed it.
We did discuss it, but there wasn't any objection that I can think of
Okay,
to having this.
okay. The clock shows right now it's 6:34. Are there any people who would like to make public comment that are either physically in the town room on these issues only? There'll be other public comment later. And is there anybody in the audience on Zoom that would like to make comment on either of these two financial orders?
Alicia has joined the meeting. Counselor Walker has joined the meeting.
Thank you. Counselor Walker, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you. I'm looking for anybody who would like to make a comment on either of these two financial orders. The one is for the CPA allocations for this year. The second one is for money requested by the Charter Review Committee. Our charter requires that we allow as much time for anyone to comment as we do making any presentation. So that's why we're holding. Let me explain what's going to happen next. I'm going to make a motion to close the public forum. At the same time, the Finance Committee is going to remain in session. At that point, they will actually vote, which they were not able to do, on recommending the money for the Charter Review Committee. And then we will close this session, but because our regular meeting was posted for 6:30, using the same Zoom link, we will immediately go into our regular meeting. Okay. So I move to close the public forum. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And I'm going to take a roll call vote on that. Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Counselor Ette,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hagner,
Aye.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Bob, I'm turning it over to you.
Yeah, I just want to first check before we vote on the,
Counselor, I'm sorry, Counselor Haneke, you had your hand up. Okay.
I'm sorry, yes. Before we vote on the Charter Review Committee appointment appropriation, does anyone wish to change their vote on the Community Preservation Act project allocations?
No.
Okay, I don't see anyone. So we discussed the Charter Review Committee appropriation of $15,000 for consultant services, but because of time, we didn't get it posted in time. We couldn't vote. So we'll take the vote tonight now. I vote yes. Kathy?
We need a motion, which is why my
Oh,
hand's up.
sorry.
Can I make the motion?
Yeah, go ahead.
I move to recommend the town council adopt appropriation and transfer order FY 25-05G, an order appropriating funds for consulting services for the Charter Review Committee.
Second.
Jane seconds.
All right.
Roll call.
Okay, so we can vote now. I vote aye. Kathy?
Yes.
Counselor Haneke?
Aye.
Andy?
Aye.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Bernie?
I enthusiastically support it.
Okay, and Tom Porter is not present. So it's unanimous for the members who are present.
So now you need to adjourn the Finance Committee.
So I move to adjourn.
Second.
So we'll go through Kathy.
Yes.
I'm an aye. Counselor Haneke,
Hi.
Andy,
Aye.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Bernie.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. It's still April 7th, 2025. And we are now moving on to this regular meeting of the Town Council. I've basically already done a lot of the preliminaries in the last meeting, so I'm not going to spend much time on those as we have a significant agenda. I will, however, just to make sure that we do take roll for counselors, I'm going to again take roll. Anna Devlin Gothier,
Still present.
Point of order,
yes.
are we not supposed to be voting on the CPAC budget? Is there not a?
You'll
not a
be
motion?
voting on it in the regular meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No problem. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the regular town council meeting to order at 6:41. I'm going to start with actually Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Present.
Counselor Ante. Present.
Aye.
Thank you. Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke.
I'm present.
Bob Hagner.
Present.
Thank you, Counselor Lord.
Aye, present.
Pam Rooney,
Here.
Counselor Ryan,
Still here.
Kathy Shane,
Here.
Andy Steinberg,
Present.
Jennifer Taub,
Here.
Counselor Walker.
Here.
Okay, there's no chat room for this meeting. If counselors have technical issues, please let Athena and me know, and remember to use the raised hand button. The agenda for this meeting, I'm going to ask that it now be displayed on the screen because we have made a modification in terms of the order of the agenda. Did I send it to you? Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, there is no consent agenda tonight. There will be one general public comment period. The town manager will present how the FY26 financial decisions may impact next year's budget, and then we will proceed to the action items. They have been reordered so that we take up the action items that we were not able to finish on March 24th. They will be first and second in line on the agenda. Is there any question? Okay, then we'll proceed very quickly. The announcements. First of all, it's nice to see several of you in the room who spent so many hours putting together a phenomenal Global Village Festival. It was great. I lost a little money I didn't lose any money. I gained a couple of wonderful items walking around. I bought cupcakes and I shared them with the entrepreneurs. So anyway, thank you so much for all of you from DEI and from CRESS and all the many other organizations who were there. It was an extremely terrific event. Thanks. Let me just note that our next council meeting is April 28th. And at that time, the plan is that we will have a regular council meeting and we will have a public hearing on the regional school budget, assuming it comes back from the Finance Committee. The Community Resources Committee has changed its time of meeting. Its next meeting is April 10th at 3. The Finance Committee will meet next on April 15th at 2. GOL will meet on April 8th at 6:30, and TSO will meet on April 17th at 10. There's no hearing tonight, so we're now going to move to general public comment. If you are in the audience and you want to make, in the town room, and you want to make general public comment, you need to make sure you sign up over here with Athena. If you're on Zoom and you want to make general public comment, please raise your hand at this time. And I'm going to repeat, if you're on Zoom and you want to make general public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Athena, how many people have signed up?
One.
There are four people on Zoom. So let me proceed to lay this out. Public comments on a matter within the jurisdiction of the town council. Residents are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes. The council will not engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during general public comment. Public comments are not reflective of the opinions of the town council. There will be a clock, and that clock will show you as your minutes are passing. The First Amendment broadly protects individual rights to address the government, to speak, and to express themselves, including their right to say hateful and offensive things. I'm generally unable to shut those commenters down under the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution unless their levels of speech fall within an exception articulated by the courts, such as fighting words, true threats to a particular individual, harassment of a particular individual, or incitement of imminent lawlessness activity. If a question exists as to whether a particular speaker is engaging in unprotected speech, I must defer to the principles of the freedom of speech. We'll recognize speakers in the order in which they have signed up. We'll begin with people in the room.
Deb Leonard.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deb Leonard. I live in District 5. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. And I'd like to address a topic you'll be taking up later this evening, which is the regional school district budget. I'd like to, the memo from the town manager has some historical information, and I'd like to provide a little bit more historical information. So the budget that you have in front of you, FY26, the voted budget, contains a target reduction of $800,000 and will have cuts of 12 FTEs, individuals. In 2025, the reductions were $1.2 million and had reductions of 13.5 FTEs. In 2024, the reductions were $1.157 million, excuse me, and had reductions of 17 FTEs. 2023 was a banner year, level services, no reductions. 2022 was $1.2 million in reductions, 14.4 FTEs. 2021, $800,000 reduction 4. There were additions in the FY20 budget for reasons I think we all know. That was 8.7 total. And that amounted to an additional, an increment of $300,000. So there's been a hypothesis that people who advocate for the schools do so because they're indifferent to the welfare of the other departments. And it's really impossible to verify. So repeating it makes it feel like truth in a way that is really hard to argue against. And like I said, impossible to verify. Easier to verify is whether other departments face these kinds of year-over-year reductions. That's just information you can find for yourself. So there's those two things that I'd like you to think about. But the last one is, I think this hypothesis that the equal percentage idea for departments is working is disproven. It's a hypothesis that has been put out there, and I don't see evidence of it, and I think many members of the public don't as well. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. We'll go to Michelle Miller. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Miller, and I'm a resident of District 1. Amherst currently holds 28.6 million in reserves, nearly 30% of our operating budget. That's an extraordinary number, nearly 3 times the high end of the state's recommended reserve range of 5 to 10%. Neighboring communities are maintaining much more modest levels. Amesbury recently celebrated reaching just over 7.5% in reserves. Montague and Belchertown both aim for between 5 to 10%, in line with Massachusetts Division of Local Services guidance. So we are not just healthy, we are exceptionally strong by every fiscal measure. And yet, despite this strength, we're preparing a budget that continues to constrain core services and stretch departments to the limit. We hear that there's no money, but in truth, we are choosing not to use it. I understand the value of caution and long-term planning, but at some point, restraint becomes a barrier. The current approach, though clearly well-intentioned, has become too narrow, too conservative, and in some ways out of sync with the evolving needs of this community. I believe it's time to broaden our approach, to trust that we can use our reserves wisely and strategically while still preserving our strong bond rating and financial flexibility. The values of this town, equity, care, climate action, education, access, should be reflected not just in our mission statements, but in our financial choices. I'm here in the spirit of partnership. I would like to see the council and the town manager work together to bring forward a proposal that uses reserves to responsibly close the projected FY26 budget gap and invest in the people and services that make Amherst thrive. And if that's not where the process leads, I want to be transparent that I, along with other residents, am prepared to begin organizing under the Amherst Home Rule Charter to bring this question to the broader community. That step would not come out of conflict, but out of care, because I believe we all want the same thing, a town that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Athena, I believe we have one more.
That's right, Vince O'Connor.
So it appears as though,
Point of order, Vince, would you please state your name and where you live? Thanks.
yeah, Vincent O'Connor, 175 Summer Street, Apartment 12. It appears as though the appeal to higher authority has become a two-edged sword. First, the regional school committee was told that it must use the regional agreement and impose substantial increases upon the 3 other towns, one of which might be in some difficulty because of that. But the sword cut the other way too. And that way was that the higher authorities made it clear that the manager has no role in the council's deliberations about the regional school budget. That his sole function was to write 8 numbers in a blank space after the council had voted. For that reason, I would suggest that in the future, the council hold joint public hearings with the school committee, that every counselor who can attend in person or by Zoom attend, and that the council, because the school committee budget will go directly to it and not through the manager's budget, should be present to hear, I think, which are very, and have been in the past, very compelling statements by both parents, guardians, and staff and faculty about the regional schools. I think it is another way to look at the equities involved with schools and town departments is to really look at personnel cuts. You've heard the statement from the representative of the school committee about the personnel deletions over the past years. I would say that there are no comparable deletions in town staff, none. Did we cut the police department by 40%? Did we cut the staffing in fire and EMT by 20%? No, there were no such cuts. All the staffing cuts of the last 5 years have fallen on the schools. This despite the fact that unlike a neighboring
You
community
need
across
to
the river,
finish your sentence, and that's it.
unlike a neighboring community across the river, the Amherst Regional and Amherst school systems have done its duty, its legal duty, to educate kids with special needs.
Thank you for your comments. Jeff Lee, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
This is Jeff Lee. I live in District 5. I urge the town council to recognize that the FY26 budget shortfall and the many appeals and complaints from your constituents are not a passing crisis, but will likely repeat annually for the next 20 years if the $50 million Jones Library project is allowed to move forward. The unnecessary expansion will consume at least $1.25 million annually from the taxpayer revenues, while higher priorities, education, public safety, public works, all struggle to meet the town's needs. You set local policy and the town manager is obligated to follow your lead. Do the prudent thing and rescind funding for the extremely costly and risky library project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm going to go to Maria Kopecki. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live. You need to bring Maria in.
Thank you, Maria Kapicki, South Amherst. I won't take up much of your time. I'm commenting on the Jones Library project. Same thing. $46 million isn't going to do it. I think that should be really clear now. Even if it were, you are 7 million in the hole, and that's not going to change. Please, this is a financial disaster waiting to happen. Please don't do this to the town. Please take action. Your contingency is modest and it is being asked to do triple duty. I think you know that. I think you know that this is a really unsound thing to do. Please don't do this to the town. Please stop. Thank you.
Athena, go ahead.
Rob Kusner. Please state your name and where you live before you begin, Rob.
Rob Kusner, 49 Redmere Drive here in Amherst.
Is the green light on?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. I'm sure many of you know me. It's been a while since I've done this in person, but I've lived in town since the 1980s. I served on the select board about 20 years ago. And I also oversaw, although with only the authority of a citizen chair of a committee, what is arguably the largest project besides the Mass Pike in Massachusetts, the Mass Central Rail Trail. The part through Amherst is known as the Norwalk Rail Trail about a decade ago at the behest of former late Congressman John Olver. That project, despite what little we could do, went over budget by about 40%, largely due to an incompetent initial engineering firm taken over happily by the Mass DOT engineers who learned what bicycling was sometime in the previous decade. And the unfortunate inflation in the cost of petroleum, most of repaving a rail trail, most of the cost is asphalt as well as construction services that involve big diesel equipment. I just heard one of our neighbors describe the situation with the library budget as having a small contingency, a couple million, 3 million perhaps, which may now be effectively gone with changes in funding from the federal government. We'll see how that works out. Potential funding from large donors and the endowments balance, the Jones Library endowment balance. In case you didn't notice, I'm talking about the Jones Library. It seems to be the topic du jour. How many more minutes do I have?
1 minute.
Great. I'll summarize with a metaphor. I think we're in a situation where we have a ladder, a 46-foot, 3/8 of an inch ladder up against a 46-foot building, and we're trying to get to the roof to repair it. There's one person managing that who calls the shots. There are various people who are up there on the roof. It's raining. The foot of the ladder is in a muddy spot, and it's sinking into that muddy spot. The person managing it may know what's going on and may be happy to climb down the ladder, but as soon as that person gets on the ladder, that ladder is going to sink into the mud. And perhaps that one occupant will be safe, but the people stuck on the roof are going to have a big problem getting down. And all the other citizens of the town down at the bottom are going to be left holding the bags. I think this is the time to really think. This is probably a very poor metaphor for the situation now, but the library roof isn't that tall. What was that?
Thank you.
Okay, that's enough, I
that's
guess.
it.
But I ask you to please stop this project now.
Thank you for your comments. Rich and Meg McLean, please enter the room and state your name, where you live.
Rich McLean, Alpine Drive. I'm speaking today to urge the council to please revise the FY26 budget guidelines that would allow for the elementary school budget to meet the needs that were given to you by the school committee, and to finally change the way that the town budgeting process works to allow for a flexible distribution of funds that meet the needs of the whole town instead of the intractable across the board percent increase. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Amber Cano Martin, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. My name is Amber Cano Martin, and I live in District 2. So tonight I'm here again as a parent of 2 children in the school district to ask you all to change the budget guidelines and direct the town manager to include the amount requested by the schools in the FY26 budget and to vote yes to the regional schools budget as passed by the school committee. These changes would restore some of the most essential positions, but they still require a lot of painful cuts. Understanding we need to come up with better long-term solutions for funding our schools. That's, this is a way that we can fix it for this year, but we need to do better going forward. And then secondly, again, looking at Anna Devlin Gauthier's budget memo, I am in agreement with that, except for the section where it refers to putting a freeze on CRESS hiring. I am concerned about the CRESS program. I think it was one of the CSWG's most important recommendations and a really great alternative to policing. And I think it hasn't really been given the opportunity to thrive the way it should. And I think that taking away 2 of their positions would make that situation worse. And I really want to see that department fortified. And I would like to see, as that department gets better, making the police force smaller, because I think that was the spirit of those recommendations. Also, I just want to, again, agree with everybody here tonight who has said, please, please stop the library project. I've said it many times before, so it feels redundant at this point, but think everyone here knows how I feel. And I also just want to add that I believe upwards of 20 of my neighbors have emailed Lynn and Pat about the situation of our roads on Grantwood Drive. They're really terrible. And we've gotten, feedback that there's no money in the budget for fixing the roads. And there's also a high level of frustration about the library project and why so much on the library project and not on the roads. And, people are getting their wheels busted up in the potholes. So, we need to really overhaul the budget and look at our priorities here in town. And if you surveyed the town of like what our priorities are, I'm pretty sure you're going to hear roads and schools. And unfortunately, you're not going to hear, a huge, new library that's so much bigger than the one we have. I think they'd like to see the one that we have fixed. But I don't think you would find a broad base of support for the size of this project. So just asking you again, to rethink that. Don't fall into sunk cost fallacy. It's never too late to do the right thing. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Amber. Pat, please enter the room, state your full name and where you live. You need to unmute. There you go.
Good evening. Can people hear me?
We can.
Okay. So my name is Pat Ananibako from District 2. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak briefly. So I want to begin by stating that this past Saturday, I was very impressed about how the DEI department, CRES department, the Human Rights Commission, the CSSJC, and so many community partners came together, vendors, performers. That was one of the best event that our town put together. And I said that because some of the folks that came out are the people that typically you don't hear them. They don't come to this type of meeting. And there was a lot of collaboration. And I say all this, that our town celebrated such a beautiful event. And then I heard today that Councillor Anna will be proposing, reducing the size of CRES. I mean, I've been so frustrated all day. I'm here to say that I do not support cutting any program, whether it's CRES, DEI, or even the school system. I say that because, and I posted it on social media, what we have in our town is a made-up budget shortfall crisis. We don't have it. We have cash reserve. And we as a town, we need to put our priorities straight. After all, cash reserve is meant to be used once in a while as an emergency. As a businesswoman, sometimes I do face budget. Some of my company's revenue comes from Medicaid, Mass Health that could be slashed, but I have to consider my company's mission and value. And I believe our municipality should do the same. Laying people off is very inhumane and cruel. Please, I'm asking you, the town council, to direct the town manager to use our cash reserve and fund what the school district had requested, leave CRES alone, and DEI and other programs. And the last thing I wanted to say.
Pat, you need to finish up.
Oh, okay. Okay, so okay, I'm done. But I just wanted to say, we don't have budget crisis. We have the money to fill it up. Let's stop focusing on Jones Library and let's do the right thing for our employees and our residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Allegra Clark, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Allegra Clark. I live in District 2. I am echoing the sentiments of many I've heard tonight. I would implore you to fund the schools at the amounts that the school committees are both requesting. Even these will still leave a deficit and positions cut in the schools. However, the schools are the only place over the past 5 years that I've seen, other than the 2 frozen police positions that went to CRES, that there have been cuts made at such a drastic level to a department. I do want to echo again the hard work that the DEI department put into the Global Village Festival. I thought it was a fabulous event. And one of the things that really touched me was there was a map over by the crest table right when you walked in, and you could put a pin where you were from. And there were so many pins from so many corners of the world. And just knowing that we were coming together in community on that day when so many across the country were also coming together in community to protest what's going on at the national level was really powerful. So, you know, I don't want to see any cuts to DEI or CRES. I've written to you, so I won't repeat what I've said in email, but I did want to say
Heather, are you there?
that I've been
I am.
I've been contacted by some researchers at Yale who are actually looking at alternatives to policing, and they are interested in talking about CRES. So it is gaining, again, more recognition, and it would be devastating to see that put on hold at this time. So, you know, I have a meeting with somebody on Friday, and I really hope that I'll have positive news to share in terms of the work CRES is doing and the work that the town is doing to support CRES. So I did want that to be known. And I again, really appreciate all the work that Councillor Devlin Gauthier has put together in the memo that she's presenting. And I know that there's going to be some tough choices at some point, but I think I'd really like us to reconsider just picking CRES as the department that gets cut. I think that would really put a wrench in all of the plans that the town has made in terms of making steps towards equity and racial justice, especially around public safety and policing, especially given the current global climate and national climate where people are literally being disappeared off the streets just for having views that don't align with those in power. So I really we need to do things differently here. And I hope that CRES will remain intact. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Allegra. Angelica Burnell, please enter the room, state your name and where you live. Angelica, I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Angelica Bernal, and I'm here as the mother of 2 school students, one in the Four River program and one in the ILC program. And I have 2 asks for you. First is that you change the budget guidelines to direct the town manager to include the amounts requested by the schools in the FY26 budget. And second, that you vote yes to the regional school budget as passed by school committee. It was really wonderful to see so many of you at the Importance Week events this weekend, from our global village that celebrated diversity in our community to our hands-off rally in Town Common, where over 1,000 of our fellow residents in Amherst attended. As you know, these are not ordinary times, but times of crisis. As you also know, at UMass, 5 students are now facing deportation as of this Friday after federal governments revoked their visa. I hope you are aware as these events highlight that our crisis is hitting home. This is a message that so many of us parents have been trying to communicate to you in the past few months. From those of us who have spoken to you as members of the Special Education Parents Advisory Council to the hundreds of us that have been speaking and sending messages as part of Save Our Schools Amherst. I ask, therefore, that you properly fund our schools first and foremost because we are in crisis. I want to thank Councillor Anna Devlin Gauthier for acknowledging that crisis and for listening to us. Thank you. At the previous Finance Committee, Councilor Andy Sandberg also acknowledged the federal crisis and the consequences, stating that they will be horrific. He was referring here to the impact on municipal departments like the library of the incoming federal cuts. But make no mistake, the horrific effects are already here being felt at our schools. The problem is here and now, and the first side of impact is our schools. Just last week, we learned that Massachusetts K-12 public education stands to lose over $100 million in federal funds, which will now, of course, deepen that crisis. Many of you have spoken in the past, have spoken of crisis in other departments, but please don't guide your actions in a way that ignores the immediacy of the school crisis. For instance, we can and should plan for the impact of climate change resilience, but if there's a flood that immediately impacts our town, we have to act with urgency, not just ignore the running water entering into our homes. That is our school crisis. It's the flood that is here, both figuratively and literally if you look at our middle school roof. The parties are also not the same. The crisis that affects our school affects our children and our most vulnerable. In the face of crisis, I expect that you can discern these differences and act accordingly as all leaders can with resolve. I hope that you will and be inspired by the actions of countless citizens who have taken to the streets to deal with crisis and push for another world that we know is possible. I don't just hope that we can, but we believe that we must for the sake of survival in these very dark times, and hope that you will have both the courage and imagination to guide us to a better future. Thank you.
Angelica, thank you for joining us. Arlie, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hello, I'm Arlie Gould, South Amherst. I'm talking about the Jones. I've just been thinking about the stories I've heard of costs going up and construction being impacted. At UMass, I read there were 3 towers to be built, but when they got to the 3rd one, the price of steel skyrocketed, so they wound up building a 1-floor building and used it for some other purpose. And then recently I read about a developer in Amherst who was going to build, I guess, 2 apartment buildings, maybe on University Drive, and went down to one building because of economics. I think that it's pretty clear there is a very high probability that this project will not cost 46 million, but more. It's not certain, but there's a very high probability of that. So that I'm saying perhaps if the construction order could be that the back part of the library is built first, the part going toward the CVS parking lot in the back, so that if funds disappear and you can't do the whole thing, at least that side part that's much more visible and everything won't have been built. So I know you're not the architects and all that, but you are very involved with the whole project. So it's just an appeal to possibly do an order of construction in case funds run out. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. That concludes public comment. There is no consent agenda. There are no resolutions and proclamations. As we move on to section 7, presentations and discussion, let me just introduce this in the following way. Based upon our last meeting, it is clear that the town councilors wanted more information about the impact of the various budget requests on the town budget, including town services. On March 31st, since our last meeting, the Regional School Committee voted a similar budget to what they had voted before. However, now using the statutory assessment method with a 5-year rolling average that amounts to a 4.81% increase over last year for Amherst. In addition, on March 26th, the Amherst Elementary School Committee voted to request a budget with a 6% increase over last year. Immediately after our last meeting, the chair of the Finance Committee and I met with the town manager and his staff and specifically asked that he provide the council with a presentation at this meeting regarding the potential impact of these FY26 decisions and requests, particularly how it relates to town services. Prior to his presentation, I wanted to take this time to remind the council and all of our residents of our budget process and ask for your patience. We begin in November of the previous year, with a first set of budget projections called financial indicators. By the end of December, based upon the best knowledge available, the Finance Committee recommends and the Town Council adopts financial guidelines. From January through April, the town manager and his staff regularly provide updates and work on their budget. As we know, this year, we moved up to 4%. And they prepare a budget that's released on May 1st. The proposed budget goes to the Finance Committee, where they have extensive meetings during the month of May, meeting with people from each of the segments of town, as well as department heads, the schools, the library, and our many town departments. And in June, with a detailed report and recommendations from the Finance Committee, the Town Council adopts a budget. This is all done in public, with many people weighing in along the way. During this period, the Town Council may reduce any line item in the town's budget, but not in other places. We can, however, also ask for an increase. However, we cannot increase the town budget. It's just a little guidance as you look forward. With that, I'm calling on Town Manager Paul Bockelman, who will proceed with his presentation.
Thank you, Lynn. I'm joined here by our Finance Director, Melissa Zawadzki, who doesn't have a microphone, but if she needs to, she can grab one. So the short opening is that my responsibility as town manager is to deliver a balanced budget to the town council by May 1st of every year. The town council then has 2 months until June 30th to approve a balanced budget for the town. And then with that balanced budget, we move into the new fiscal year, which starts on July 1. The budget that must be balanced includes appropriations to support the operations of the town, which includes DPW, town hall, fire, EMS, police, etc., the library, the regional school district, and the elementary schools. As Lynn said, this budget process starts back in November when we start talking about revenue projections. And for the coming year, what we projected then was about 3%. As information became available during the course of the year, we were able to project a higher amount, which was 4%. The town council uses that information to create its budget guidelines for all 4 entities. And that's when the council voted in December what those 4 guidelines were. And they gave them to me, to the library trustees, to the Amherst School Committee, and to the Amherst Pelham Regional School Committee. So the Regional School Committee submitted a budget request that is 4.81% increase over the prior year. This is outside the guidelines determined by the town council, but it did align with the statutory method, which was a major goal for the town council and for me. So the way you think about the regional school budget is the size of the pie. The assessment method, which is what each of the 4 towns pays, is how the pie is divided up. On April 1st, as required by the town charter, the library trustees and the Amherst School Committee submitted budget requests. The library adhered to the 4% guideline. The school committee requested a 6% increase, which again is outside the guidelines determined by the town council. I now am working to submit a budget to the council, which is due on May 1st, that is within the constraints of a 4% increase, including all 4 entities. The town's revenues are projected to be 4%, to go up by 4%. Those are the recurring source of money that comes into the town on an annual basis with new growth, new taxes, fees increases. So we anticipate that the money coming into the town will increase by 4%. And that's the money, that's the new money we have to spend. If you spend it on one part of the town's budget, you will have less to spend on other parts. So, and what has been recommended is that all the entities would get a 4% increase. There are not reductions in any of our budgets. These are all increases in the budgets. You can go to the next slide, please. So the current guidelines provide the 4% for the 4 entities. So I want to put some numbers. I think one of the comments from the council was like, well, we don't really know what you're talking about in terms of the numbers that impacts us. We hear from the schools, we don't hear from the town side. And so that's what our goal is tonight, is to show you what some of these numbers look like. So to maintain our current operations and services, this is just for the town side, and that includes significant increases in our health insurance, our commitment to our collective bargaining contracts and COLA commitments. And with that 4% increase, we were facing a $350,000 budget shortfall for the town side budget. This is the, and this is with this, and then with the regional school committee, with voting a 4.81% increase over FY25, that will require an additional 152,000 over their 4% to meet that goal, to meet their budget. And if the Amherst School Committee has submitted a budget request of 6%, that's an additional $540,000 over the 4% that they have already been allocated. So, so I think what we really want to do is show you the numbers on the chart. Go to the next slide, please. So the municipal increase, and I want to equate this, what a dollar figure equals in terms of people. We are a people-heavy business. Most of our expenses are in personnel. So our budget deficit at this moment in time for the town side is $350,000. In order to fix that deficit, we're looking at a reduction of 6.5 positions. And I talk about this in terms of FTE, which is full-time equivalent. FTE means it can be one person, or it can be two people or more part-time employees. The increase for the regional school from 4% to 4.81% is equivalent to $152,000. And that's about 3 positions. If the elementary school goes from 4% to 6%, that's about $540,000, which is equivalent to about 10 positions. And we use $54,000 as our average estimated cost for a position in the town of Amherst. If you have a higher paid position, it would be less, it would be fewer positions, obviously. So our total shortfall, if the town council says yes to all these things, is about, we are in $1 million deficit, which is about 19.5 positions that the town side would have to bear in terms of reductions. Go to the next slide, please. So one of the primary motivations in building the town's budget is to include priorities that were established by the town council in your goal setting process. And we've been very successful at listening to your goals, integrating them into the budget over time. Sometimes it takes a couple of years to fully integrate them because we prioritize the goals that you have established for the town. In the past few years, we've started new departments, we've expanded staffing in existing departments, we've introduced new programs, and we've taken steps to align the town's work with the overall policy goals of the town council. In addition, the town council has adopted a series of new goals that it would like to see implemented in the current calendar year, as shown on the next slide. So these are the town manager goals that you passed recently, and some of these have cost implications, some don't, some have less, some is just more, some are more work, but and some is stuff that we'd be doing anyway. So, but just, we haven't really quantified all of these goals, but these are things that will take time. It will take contracts and things like that to implement. Next slide. So clearly we can't do it all. In fact, we'll be faced with reducing our capacity to do the work that we have been doing. So when we look at a deficit like this, we look at the different tools that we have available to reduce our costs, such as eliminating vacant positions, reorganizing town departments, reducing our commitment to town capital, which is one of the things that we've committed ourselves to maintain our capital. So we can address the 4 major capital projects, to seek more revenue through a Proposition 2.5 override, to roll back or delay town council initiatives. And then my lowest priority is to lay off existing staff. That was the thing I really preferred. I do not want to do, but that has to be listed as one of the options. So as we work on these things, we'll be working with our union partners, our non-union staff and department heads. We've been looking at many different scenarios for how to meet the deficit that we have. And for your consideration, I'd like you to look at the implications of changing the budget guidelines and this late in the game. Right now, we have other considerations when we do budget rejections, we have to prepare for unemployment costs that will come to us next year. If there are impacts on collective bargaining units, there may be bumping or bidding. If there are actual layoffs, there's a long-term fiscal stability going forward. And just if you are going to change your guidelines, I want you to be aware that we have 9 working days left before we have to finalize our budget numbers. So there's very little time to process the information we have now, but then to look at additional variables would be very challenging. So I want to make this brief. And Melissa and I are here if you have any questions what I really would like is some feedback from you. We've heard a lot of public comment about what people's values are. But as I prepare my budget, I do believe in aligning it what the elected officials have said to me, what you'd like to see in terms of your budget. So I welcome any ideas you have in terms of how to balance this budget, where you would like to see additions or deletions. And just be aware that we can't spend money more than once. Once it goes into one budget, it can't be spent on another budget. Thank you.
It's now time for councillor questions or comments. I see one hand at this point. Jennifer Taub, please go ahead.
I just wanted to ask if you might address
Please
reserves.
speak into the mic.
I wanted to ask if you might address reserves because that came up in public comment.
Yeah, so the town has reserves set aside for specific projects that we have a capital reserve account and a stabilization account. And those are specific funds that are available for rainy days. And some people say, oh, it's raining now, we need to use the funds. But we need to recognize that those are one-time funds. Once you spend them, you can't spend them again. So if you are maintaining a budget at a certain level and you maintain it for 1 year, the next year, you don't have those reserves to support the budget anymore. And so, then you have a deeper problem next year. And I think one of my goals as a fiscal manager for the town is to right-size the budget for the revenues that we have coming into the town. Anything else?
Kathy?
Paul, I think the chart you showed on the staff positions that have been added since the council came in are on the low side in terms of dollars, because you didn't put benefits in, and I'm not sure why you didn't, because the roll up on benefits is roughly 50%, 45 to 50%. So you can't just do the salary side. So the cost increase to the town budget is higher. So it's a question of why you didn't include those, because I think people need to understand that if we add a 10-person department, it's the salary cost plus the benefit costs. This is where some of the stress has come from over the last several years. And people have looked at the pie charts to say the school side is a smaller share than it used to be. And part of that is the capital share has gone up, and part of it is the town share is a bit higher. And that's because of the positions we've added. So we've added the 10 in CRES and 2 in DEI. The DEI one, though, was actually a replacement and 4 firefighters. And we're about to add the rental inspectors, although some of that'll be covered. So I think everyone needs to understand that each of those positions, and I know the schools know this because I looked at what happened to their budget with the health insurance increase. It ate up money that could have gone for salaries. And that's what's also happening to the town budget. So maybe you could speak to that.
So Kathy, you're right, there is additional cost. The reason that we chose to look at it this way is that right now, the way that we fund health insurance is based on enrollment. So, some people choose to have insurance and some people don't. So depending on, it's not a one-to-one. So not every person who works for the town chooses to enroll in the town's insurance. So you can't assume that there'll be a family plan with every new hire. And right now, part of what we're looking at is we budget for our we budget our enrollment based on who was enrolled in October of the in October, because that's usually our highest enrollment month. And that really has a lot to do with teachers because they, if they start a new position in the fall, then they come on the health insurance in October. And so that's our highest month, and that's what we use to forecast the next year. But we have also had significant vacancies, as we've discussed in previous meetings over the past number of years. And so those vacancies are not included in our, we include a estimate on filling those vacancies that will have new health insurance enrollment and or other benefits. But it's sort of a rolling average, and we don't budget that every new employee will take health insurance. So I believe we have approximately 18 to 20 vacancies, depending on what time of year I looked at the personnel costs. And we budget an average benefit cost for 10. So we only do half. You know what I mean? It's not a one-to-one, I guess. And that's why we've looked at it strictly on the cost of the salaries for this time.
No, I do understand that, Melissa. I wasn't looking at a one-to-one, but when we had excess cash free cash at the end of last year, it was because we had vacancies. And when you look down the line, we spent $700,000 less in benefits and just the health insurance. It's also pension. Nobody looks at their budget and doesn't put benefits in. And I'm happy with a rough average. So I understand we don't know whether it's going to be a family plan, an individual plan, a two-person plan. I'm just saying that the numbers, I want the public to understand the numbers Paul put up are very low in terms of the costs of those new positions. So think in terms of 40 to 50% more for insurance and health insurance and pensions without it being precise. One of the attractions of working for the town or for the schools is good benefits, and people do use them. And it's not a criticism as much as that these were expensive additions, and we always talked about these departments as $1 million departments rather than $600,000 departments. So I think that's one of the right people said, why did Anna's memo had freeze Cress? Cress has yet to prove that it can do some of the things we thought it could do. It has had frequent vacancies and high turnover in it. So without layoffs, freezing positions gives you some leeway in the budget. So if we're looking for money on where to go, and Paul provided one other one on going down on the amount we put aside for capital each year. So do we do 10.5 or you put 10.25? There's real money there. So I just want everyone to understand that we're going to have to make really hard choices, that we can't fund one side with a big increase unless we find the money from someplace else. And I'm not saying we can't find the money, and I'm looking forward to, I think what's happening with regional is very positive, and looking forward to that being referred to us, because actually the town manager said at the last time we met that 4.8% was doable for Amherst. So that there's a way of doing that 4.8. It's not a stick to 4. So there's been some movement, and I think people should hear that. It's real movement. And the other towns in the region have said they think they can do those numbers too. So this is not a wish and a prayer. So the regional budget looks like it amazingly may move forward at the option 3 that the region preferred. So I don't think it's all bad news. There's movement there. And I'll stop talking, but I'm just saying that we're understating the numbers if we talk about 4 firefighters or X number of these, if we don't put benefits in, way understating them.
Thank you. Councillor Haneke.
2 questions at this time. One you may not know the answer to. How much in federal grants or other federal money, whether it's directly from the federal government or passed through from the state government to us, but comes from the federal government, do our town and schools, if you know the school numbers, actually receive on a yearly basis is question number one. That's the one I'm not sure you'll know the answer to off the top of your head. And number two is, one of the options you had on your screen was freezing vacant positions. Could you go through some of the vacant positions that we have currently right now, that if that was an option you choose, what some of the positions we'd see frozen would be?
Sure. So I don't know the number exactly. I think the schools are going to be hit much harder with federal funds freezing than the town will. We get community development block grant funds that come through the state to the town. That's about $825,000. There's some other grants that we get through the fire department and police department that come in, but those are discretionary grants. I think the library gets some grants for some language services and things like that, but I've seen that number, but it's not a gigantic number. But I really do believe that the schools of all of our entities will get hit the hardest because they get so much money, Title I and things like that, funding. In terms of the positions that we have looked at that are available, one is the finance director position. One is the planning director position, one is the director of senior services, and one is the town clerk. Those are the four major departments that have major openings. We have three now vacancies in the Crest department. There are vacancies in the fire department, mostly because of the inability to find strong candidates to fill the positions, or any candidates to fill the positions, although there's some good news recently to find a couple candidates who are going to be able to fill those seats. I think there's been a recent retirement at the police department. What am I missing? We have I mean, there's some at DPW that is sort of, there's a flow, and what we're really looking at tax supported as opposed to water and wastewater and enterprise funded positions. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Andy Steinberg.
Yeah, I'm building a little bit on the first of the two questions that Councilor Haneke asked. I think, I'm starting actually from a different place, though, to get there, and that is the question of what you view as a rainy day for the use of the stabilization funds that we've set aside. In my long and too long relationship with the town of 20 years, the one clear rainy day was when we had a substantial, in those circumstances, where we've had a substantial loss of revenue that was not predicted at the beginning of the budget process. And that was clearly from the 2007 recession into the 2008 year. Of course, the second one was the pandemic, but fortunately, the federal government gave pandemic relief funds that took that away from us. So, what my concern is, it gets a little bit back to what Councilor Haneke was asking about, which is, what is a real rainy day, and what are our fears? And I want to ask it from a slightly different perspective as you answer, since you're very involved in state advocacy efforts through the MMA. And that is, what are the state risks for revenue, and how is the legislature going to react to the state risks? The biggest one, I think, is probably going to be in mass health, but what are going to be the options? And I think that at this point we're just projecting on that, but I was wondering if you had any projections, because that's the concern of what a real rainy day might be.
So I will know more tomorrow. There's an MMA board meeting tomorrow that I will be attending and along with a meeting with the Lieutenant Governor to get the latest on that. I mean, you're on the Fiscal Policy Committee. You probably know as much as I do at this point in time in terms of what their projections are for the state. I think you're right. The concerns are definitely there, especially for if the Medicaid money is withdrawn and the state determines it must still make a commitment. And then also, I think with the millionaire's tax, I think I saw in the paper today that prioritizing education and public transportation was a goal that the legislature was trying to target. You asked what is a rainy day, and I think there's a real. I think 4% is not an unreasonable increase in this day and age. I think if you have a budget and it's going up 4%. I would, if I had a department, I would say, I expect you to manage within that budget. I think that's a reasonable thing to expect a manager to do, and to say, we don't have unlimited funds, and the taxpayers don't have unlimited wallets to give us funds. So I think a 4% increase is reasonable. There are extenuating circumstances that I believe are present, which we've identified previously. For instance, when the elementary school looks at relocating the sixth grade, there might be some one-time transition money that needs to be allocated to help them with that transition. There's also could be times when we anticipate a savings in the future budget. So when we reduce 2 schools to 1 school in the elementary school, there may be savings that can be implemented if we have a plan going forward that some one-time money can help with, sort of as a bridge to support that. So I think you can use one-time money as a tool, but it shouldn't be used as a source of ongoing revenue to expect to balance your budget using one-time money. I think that's a really bad fiscal policy.
Councilor Ette.
So the schools have painted a very good picture of what would happen with some of the cuts that are coming for them. And so I wanted to know from your perspective, what would cuts look like for the town? You gave the FTE, but that's a number and it's not visual enough for me. So let's suppose there's some cuts. What would that look like in terms of the loss of town services?
So the schools and library are about a month ahead of us. They have to submit their budgets on April 1. I submit the town's budget on May 1 with the other budgets at the same time. So by May 1, you will see what those cuts look like if we're implementing cuts. I think what I've said in one of the slides, we talked about eliminating vacant positions so that we don't want to lay off folks. If there are part-time positions, services that we no longer want to offer, we've looked at lots of different opportunities that we might be able to. Are there opportunities to take advantage of? A lot of them wind up not producing that much in savings, I think with some positions, we might eliminate some part-time positions, and sort of reevaluating how we organize things in terms of our staffing. Can there be people who take on a little bit more work so we don't have to fill a position type thing? But we're still in process of deciding those, Councilor Ette. So, but we're in decision-making mode right now.
Okay. Did you have a further question? Please go.
So I suppose since there's more time, something that the town could do is paint a picture. And I think it would be good. I've gotten some comments from members of the community wanting to know what would practically the loss of services look like. And so if that's through any of the means possible, a way that could be explained, it would be helpful. Thank you.
So if I can just respond to that as well. I think so. It's a big difference if you're saying cut 9 positions or 19 positions. That's a tremendous difference in terms of where we are in our budget process. So knowing what the council is going to do with the Councilor Devlin Gauthier's motions tonight would be very helpful to me to know what you do, how you dispose of that.
Pam Ready?
Thank you. Paul, you talked a little bit, you mentioned briefly the enterprise funds, the water and sewer charge fees, they pay for themselves essentially, and the users pay for that product. Another entity comes to mind, and that is the development of rental registration and inspections that I'm wondering if you are sort of lumping them into the same category as enterprise funds, because it is expected, at least, that the inspection and the rental registration fees are to cover the cost of doing that program. We also have money coming in from UMass that was intended for the inspection program. Are you able to keep separate those kinds of incomes? I understand it all dumps into one bucket, but mentally, are people keeping track of what income that should be covering those kinds of expenses?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the funds from UMass go to the schools and to the town, and those are segregated separately. To be clear that the UMass funds isn't for the rental registration program, it's for safe and healthy neighborhoods or something like that. So more generic than that. They didn't want it associated. It didn't want it specifically tied to positions, which I understand. In terms of the enterprise funds, true enterprise funds carry their own costs. The rental inspection program is not an enterprise fund. So when the revenues come in, so when you charge a fee for a service, it's supposed to line up with the service that you provide. So when we bring that revenue in, that revenue goes into the big pot, and then that revenue gets divided by 4. So half of the funds go into the revenue enhancement. It doesn't stay with the department. It's not allowed to. It goes into the pot of all the revenue that we've increased. So basically half of the revenue will be distributed to the school and to the 2 schools.
Counselor Lord?
Thank you. Sorry, I had a hard time finding the mute button. I'm posed with a few questions about like, how do we meet this moment and how do we continue on when costs rise at a greater rate than our funding? And I imagine this has been a recurring question over the years. And I know personally, this is a reality for many of our families year after year. So I understand that a school budget and a town budget are drastically different than our individual budgets. But I'm also trying to figure out how do we meet this really painful moment. I don't have faith that going forward it's going to get any easier, but perhaps we will find different ways to balance budgets or to quote unquote right size our budgets. But it feels, pardon me for saying this, but it feels harmful and or painful to me to have like $28 million in reserves and to cut positions or freeze positions when I think the 500,000 is about 2% of our savings. Pardon me if the math is wrong, but and I'll get that I'm a little naive about, because someone recently told me you can't just take endowments from universities to pay for positions, but I would hope there was a way that we could take the 500,000 from our 28 million reserve in this moment and then be really strategic about other ways of maybe having capital campaign fundraise. I just think we're going to have to be really out of the box in our thinking, especially as our national government may rescind funding and will definitely not increase it in any way, shape, or form. So how do we get through this next budget crisis? Paul, I think you have done an amazing job trying to balance a budget with such a deficit, without other access to funds that we might have access to. And I don't know how we can, but I think if we could take that money to balance this budget and then really moving forward, look for other ways to find fiscal security, fiscal strength. I just wanted to mention this because I think cutting the positions, I appreciate Counselor Devlin Gauthier's proposal because she was very strategic about here, a half a point, half a percentage from this one, 1% from that will help level this for the schools because that we have heard overwhelmingly how important that is. But I also think DEI and CRES and fire department, like no one department is obsolete or needs to be, sorry, my words are escaping me, underfunded. But I also think to meet this moment, we might have to do something that's never been done before and might be scary or risky financially, taking 500,000 from capital stabilization fund or free cash reserves. Pardon my ignorance around some of this, but I would hope that we can find a way to give you that extra 500,000 so that you don't have to make these proposed cuts. Thank you.
So I really appreciate your insights onto that, Councilor Ward. You have a lot there. So I think that we did put in. I showed you what a 2.5% out of the capital reduction would look like, and that's on one of the slides. But I think one thing you also need, I'm sure you do understand that there's also great demand for repairing roads and investing in buildings that are leaking and things like that. That's where the capital money goes. It goes to fund those repairs to our buildings because those are just as dramatic, and letting our infrastructure crumble is not an acceptable solution. I think that long-term stability of our organization it requires us to be able to support ourselves with the money that's coming in from year to year. To be pulling from reserves is not a sustainable option. And it makes it worse down the road. The sooner we correct it and align it with our needs, the better off we are. There are extenuating circumstances almost every year for different departments on different things. So I think that that's part of running an organization, a $100 million organization like this. So I think the capital reserves was established for a very specific purpose that the council and before it the select board had identified, which was a new fire station and a new DPW. Those are two facilities that really need to be replaced. And I think the only way we're able to do that is through a long-term strategy. And to deviate from that strategy, which we have done for the schools, will put us farther back and will take us longer to meet the to have the financial resources we need to replace those buildings. You should jump in if you want.
I'm going to go to Councillor Walker.
I think
who's
Melissa
not
might.
s-
Melissa say.
I'm sorry, Melissa, please go ahead.
So I just wanted to say in regards to the reserves or stabilization monies that we have, like Paul said, I wanted to echo that the capital stabilization is part of a long-term strategy that has been in place in the town of Amherst for a long time. And, to differ from that sort of defeats the purpose of the statement that says we need to plan and make a better plan for ourselves. We made a plan for ourselves and we need to not abandon that for, this moment. And as far as, I think that it's a difficult time and a difficult year, but there are two things happening at the same time here. One is we were in this crisis before all the federal money changed, right? And so what we're looking at right now is how do we sustain our year-over-year budgets, both in the school side, the library side, and the town side. So that is before the crisis. So if you want to talk about a one-time crisis, maybe that federal funding is a short-term federal crisis, or at least we hope it is. I might agree with you shaking your head, but I that's a crisis that you might dip into stabilization if you thought it was one time and that it would come back. Or there was a tornado, right? And we had to fix something or that was broken. But this is what our first problem is a year over year increase in cost that is not keeping up with our revenue. So that's not a use of stabilization funds. So I think that we need to separate a crisis of that we can't create any more taxation, or we maybe have chosen not to, because I guess there is an option of 2.5, but that's not for me to decide. But the difference between the fact that we have a long-term problem that can't be fixed with a short-term solution. And the spot for that is in the regular stabilization. If we have a short-term solution, that's the regular stabilization of the free cash and not the capital stabilization, because that is a deliberate plan that to abandon that would put all those other plans that this council has already, worked really hard to create. So I just wanted to separate those crises.
Thank you. I'm going to go to counselors that haven't spoken yet. Counselor Walker.
Thank you, Lynn. So I do appreciate Paul and Melissa, your response, but I did want to just push back a little bit and sort of support what Hala was saying. And I think it's worth considering what our options are in terms of the use of reserve funds. And I know there has been a lot of conversation about not relying on these funds as a solution, but I don't think that that's what's being proposed here. I think what is being asked is that, is there a way that we can use these as a one-time use to sort of help us have the time to make a long-term plan, right? And I know that this is something we've been talking about for a long time, at least the last couple of years that I've been on the council, is like having a long-term fiscal plan for the schools and for the town. And we are also, again, just supporting Hala's comment about meeting the moment, like where we are positioned in the town right now, understanding that we just brought in a new superintendent, right? And so, like, can we give her some time to make a plan? We just brought in a new CREST director. Can we give her some time to make a plan? Like, we are trying to force all of these things, but we need to set ourselves up for long-term success. And I think to do that, we need to not continuously cut before we can make a plan. And so I do think that it's worth considering what could happen, what type of long-term planning could be supported by a one-time use in reserve funds. And I think somebody during public comment spoke really eloquently to the amount of money that we have in our reserves, right? Like, it is a substantial amount of money. And I know that we have a plan for that money, but sometimes you have to pivot when you're in the face of unprecedented circumstances or things that we didn't plan for. And I'm not at all suggesting that we abandon our plans for the fire station or the DPW, which I think are critically important. But the reality of that situation is that those plans are also not fully realized. And when we're saying we need this, I think the town manager said something about needing the reserves and the stabilization funds to support the budget, but we're not using them. If we're not using them, how are they supporting the budget? If we're not using them when there's a critical need that's identified by the council and the community, then how are we utilizing them to support the budget? Only for long-term planning? I don't think that that might be appropriate in this moment. And so I would like to see what our options would be there and what type of impact that would have if we did use it for a one-time, not a long-term sustainable solution that we continuously use this one-time money, but for a one-time solution.
Pat, you had your hand up.
I feel like I'm stumbling around here. We have had one shot money once. We had the ESSER funds. We knew they were going to go away, and the school budget still didn't take that into consideration. I'm also wondering, the rental registration bylaw, while I know a lot of us worked very hard to get it passed, what's its actual impact? Where is it? How much of it is how many people have been hired, and what's the revenue that it's brought in so far, and what is projected revenue for next year. And maybe that's something that needs to be put on hold. I don't know what the costs are in terms of the waste hauler bylaw. Maybe that's something that needs to be put on hold. Not that they're not important, but that people over who's picking up my garbage or am I bringing my garbage to the dump, people are more important. And so I said I'm stumbling around here, so I'm going to stumble some more. The DPW building is a effing disaster. The fire station needs repair. We have limited hiring people in those departments, in the planning department, and we gave ourselves a raise, and I guess that was important. I didn't support it. We can't pretend that those buildings aren't important. We can't be like the resident who said in some email, oh, we don't need to talk about that building. We have human beings who are working there and work really hard for us, for all of us. And I'm really, maybe it's my working class background, but I am really frustrated with people who think that only certain things should be funded. And people who talk about CRES as if it's something that can just be tossed aside. They're real people doing work that's really important. The police, and I alternate between supporting police in our town mostly and not supporting police. But we haven't filled all the positions there either. And they are critical and important at times. I was an educator for years. My colleague Lynn Griesmer told me before we were colleagues that I should run for school committee, not the council, because I talked about education. So I understand deeply the value of our schools, but I do not see it as so much more important than the other people in the town. So I had some questions in there, if you can find them or remember them.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
please go ahead.
yeah, so I think, emphasizing the need for the two new facilities, I think is vitally important. That's they're only getting worse. And so it's very clear and it just takes time to assemble the funds to be able to move forward on it. It's just like, maybe the bond market crashes or something. Maybe there's some benefits that we get economically through this process, but that's something that we don't plan for a wish. We plan for what we think is accurately projected as best we can. And I'll be honest, we are conservative in our budgeting. We're purposely conservative because failing to be conservative in your budgeting results in being in a bad situation the next year where you've overcommitted your resources, either through whatever contracts or hirings that you've done, and then not being able to support that, and then that creates a crisis mentality. We've been able to avoid that. The town side can't avoid that this year, mainly driven by the cost of our health insurance, which was just staggering. And we're not alone in any of these things, so it's not unique to the town of Amherst, but I think that that's why I have incredible sympathy for the library and for the school superintendent, because they're doing the best that they absolutely can and really providing lots of options to the school committees for the school committee to consider, and then they're making informed judgments at that point. But I think, we're not, there are no easy solutions. In past years, we've been able to really, I'll be honest, we don't fund our operating budgets very much. And so when something breaks in a department, DPW or whatever, they're taking money out of their vacant positions it's because we haven't upped the cost, what it's costing to fix things. But we're looking at everything, quite honestly. We've tried to improve our performance for the public. Some of this means we're buying software, putting things more online. each one of those things has an online component to it that's a software as a service. And just looking at every one of those contracts, do we need it? Do we need it? Do we need it? Because I'd rather cut a service contract than a person.
So before we start around again, I'm going to take a moment. Back in 2007, 2008, I was overseeing a $25 million operation with about 100 and some employees, nowhere near as big as the town. And I look at the situation we're in today, it's unprecedented. And as much as I think we can reflect on what happened back in 2007, 2008, we can reflect on what might have happened if, when the pandemic hit, none of us are even able to predict what we might be looking at tomorrow when we pick up the paper. So as much as I agree that tapping into our reserves is not wise, because I think we're going to find out what a real rainy day is probably within the next 4 or 5 months. Today, I listened to Mindy Dom talk with residents of Amherst. What's going to happen when the government backs out of healthcare? What's going to happen already? They backed out of food security. What's going to happen to places like the Survival Center that's already lost one of its big federal grants, and the food bank, which has already lost its federal money? So I say that, but I'm also going to say, Paul, we asked for a plan for transition from 3 to 2 elementary schools. We said, okay, we'll give you 4% this year. A transition from 3 to 2 elementary schools is a one-time event. So if we were going to use reserves for, say, 1% more above the 4 for that transition, I actually could support that because it's a one-time transition. At the same time, we've also asked that there be groups of people that sit down and actually tackle the hard question that's before us tonight. We knew it was coming. We started on this 2 years ago. You asked for it. You had Sean Mangano working on it. Last year, I tried sitting down with some people and it got blown off. This year, Councillor Devlin Gothier has also tried the same thing. And I understand one of the people has withdrawn from that. We can sit here and we can try to tackle this year, but if we don't step back as a town and take on the hard question of how are we going to finance the next 5 and 10 years and have honest conversations, then we're going to just be sitting here year after year. You're going to be screaming at us saying we don't value education, even though we're giving you 4% plus rate, plus increases. And you're going to be screaming at us for other things we're going to cut. This is a game that we cannot afford to play anymore in this town. And so I hope as we continue these conversations, we also pledge that we will, in fact, not wait another year to have the same conversation over and over again, because this time, I think we're finally seeing we're at the end. We can't continue saying cut here, cut there, without starting to see the Amherst that we all love look slightly different, or very seriously different. And that's while we're watching the madman in Washington. So that's where I'm coming from. Bob, you haven't spoken. Or have you?
I just wanted to say that it's very tempting to want to reach into reserves And let's say we go into reserves for $1 million and we increase our budget this year by $1 million. Well, that's $1 million we have to find next year. And how are we going to find it? Without some plan to find it next year, it's going to be a worse situation than we're in right now. So, because actually it's not even $1 million, it's $1,040,000 or whatever, depending on the revenues of the town. So it's not a solution. It's tempting, I understand, and I agree with Lynn, if it's used for some very specific purpose, like a transitional purpose, that's fine. But to use it just as operating costs to reduce pain this year, we have to replace that money, otherwise we're going to have more pain next year. So we have to figure out how we're going to get through this next year with the money that we have.
Okay, we're going to circle back. Jennifer Taub.
So I'm asking this question because several members of the public asked, and I just want to give you again an opportunity to respond to it. But how do we put more aside in reserves than other towns, and how did we come to that decision?
So we have different reserve accounts, some stabilization, some our free cash is about where we are for reserves. And in terms of the capital stabilization, which is what we have set aside for the new building projects, that is building up a base, which was what we said that was the game plan, years ago. If that's a different game plan and that you want to not do the buildings at this time frame that we have, that's a different conversation. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Well, we have free cash, which will be, if you recall what we did out of concern with what was going to happen in Washington, we took the remaining ARPA funds and we called it revenue replacement, and that will fall to free cash, and that's $2.8 million, I believe. Is that right? Something like that. So that'll fall to free cash at the end of the fiscal year. So there will be those funds in free cash, and free cash we try to keep at about 5%.
So a comment was made about 30%. Was that in?
Total of all of our reserves and stabilization funds, we could be closer in the 20s, probably. I can get that exact number for you.
Councillor Haneke.
So I want to concur with what Melissa and Bob said regarding the use of reserves and how it's not wise because it puts us in worse situations potentially year after year if we start using them for operating as trying to use them as recurring revenues. It's a tough situation because we were lucky with inflation for nearly a decade. We're not lucky with inflation anymore. And it looks like we might not be lucky in the future with inflation, which makes it seem like a crisis in our revenues. But the only way to revenue our way out of that crisis, if inflation is that high, is to Prop 2.5 override. And I have gotten the feeling from comments I've received that the town taxpayers do not want to see their taxes rise any higher, and therefore may not support a Prop 2.5 override to increase their property taxes by a significant percent every year going forward. Which leaves us with finding ways to reduce our expenses, which is not pretty. We're going to need to do it. I don't necessarily agree that one more year of propping up any of our operating costs with one-time savings, with using savings to do so, would lead to a result. We've known it's been coming. We've been lucky on the town side that this is the first year we're really facing it, but we've known it's been coming. we need to find ways to reduce our expenses that hurt our taxpayers the least. I'm not sure what that is. One thing Paul said that struck me was he listed a total town budget shortfall in his presentation of 350,000, but then about half an hour later said the departments have not been increasing and the budgets have not been increasing their expense lines, which means that 350,000 shortfall is probably actually higher if we tried to actually account for the increase in expenses and figure out what that would be. Because through conservative budgeting and all, he's not been presenting us in some sense with a level services budget yearly, despite calling it, because the expense lines have been remaining flat despite expenses going up. So it's worse than even he has admitted. What to do though? I don't know what the right call is. It's lost positions no matter which side of the operating budget it's on. I know when we finish this conversation, we're going to be faced with budget guideline discussions, and I don't know what the right call on budget guidelines is for you either. Because I think what we really do need to see is what Councillor Ete was getting at, but we won't see till May 1. What is the effect on the town versus what is the effect on each of the school budgets, particularly at the Amherst school district budget that was passed at a 6% by the Amherst School Committee, which is the equivalent of 10 additional FTEs in our town budget. And I think about that with the region and the regional school district and the Amherst school district budgets are the only budgets when you present them that we can raise. We cannot raise the library budget. We cannot raise the capital budget. We cannot raise the town budget. The only two we can raise is that. So I'm presented a problem when we get to guidelines with where should our guidelines be for the town when we can reduce the town to raise the school. I'm sorry, I don't have better guidance for you right now, but I think our tough job will be to be looking at where does it hurt the town's residents as a whole the least. And I just don't think we have enough information now to really talk about that. I think that's what we in finance is going to have to talk about. I do want to say one other thing about reserves and capital though. Our buildings and our capital and our infrastructure are in sad repair. And part of that is because the town built itself into a hole when in the last recession, 15 to 20 years ago, it reduced its capital yearly spending to save jobs. At least that's my understanding, that it reduced capital to keep operating budgets where they needed to be. And we've taken a decade and a half to try and start digging ourselves out of that hole. I am hesitant to create an even bigger hole, is one thing I would say.
I'm going to skip to Anna Devlin Gauthier, and then to Councillor Ryan, and then back to our other councillors that have spoken.
So I was going back to what I think was the most recent funding plan for the 4 projects and just kind of trying to re-ground myself in why our reserves are so large, and reminding myself about the costs for those projects and the financing plans for those projects. So for me, I do get uncomfortable talking about, or not uncomfortable, it's town council, I'm always uncomfortable. But I don't like talking about pulling from reserves because it feels like, because we haven't necessarily committed all of those funds to a fire station, to a DPW building. It's less concrete, and it's a lot easier to say, let's pull funds from that and give it to another department, whatever it might be. And the reality is that we are, in my mind, that when we pull from the reserves, we are pulling from the projects that we've planned to fund with those reserves. So I guess I'm looking for a bit of confirmation that my thought process is right on that, because I don't like the way that reserves constantly are talked about as a we should just pull from it, because for me that has very real implications, and every time we pull, we're looking at kicking those buildings further down the road, or needing to do more borrowing that we can't necessarily do. So I want confirmation on that. But then the other thing, we've done a lot of discussing and wringing our hands, and I will save most of my comments for the next item on our agenda. But at some point, we have to give guidance, and absolutely staying as far away from positional cuts, although Mandy's most recent point is valid too. But of course, we don't want to cut any jobs or impact people. And I just wanted to say that. But Paul, when we talk about the idea of budgeting less conservatively in the coming year, what does that translate to? How do we actually, I know that's a bit of an unknown in many senses, but if you've been looking at the budgets and trying to budget very conservatively, and we've ended up with a whole lot of free cash, or a whole lot, that in addition to what we planned on putting into reserves, what does it mean to you to budget more conservatively, and how might we anticipate the change that that would bring to budget numbers? Basically, can you predict the future? And yeah, Melissa or Paul.
So maybe I shouldn't have said conservative. I think we budget carefully. You've heard me say position control a lot, because I think that's the driving force in our municipal or any budget in the public sector. It's really about the people. If you control how many people you put on the payroll, you control your budget. And we have attempted to do that. We have added new departments and new staff. We've tried to incorporate those in judiciously when we've had revenues to support them. If you recall, for the firefighters, we had ARPA funds that we utilized over time until we were able to build up that budget to be able to accommodate it. I think we could say, what does it look like? You'd say, well, we think there might be vacancies in a department, so we're not going to really budget every position. We're going to budget 90% of the positions. And then hope, which is not a plan, hope that we don't fill them, or purposely not fill them, which is against that. It's just not how I would build a budget. And it would not be the goal that I would hope that you would have for me to say, maybe there's a certain amount of churn that happens every year. But our town doesn't really have that much. And if we had done it with some departments, we would be in deep trouble right now. And then the net result is that next year, if that person that we had hoped would leave didn't, then we would be laying somebody off. And so I do want to say one thing. I do focus a lot on our employees. I think we said that during COVID, that we thought that economic security for our employees was important, not just for our employees, but for the entire economy, and that we were really committed to making sure that every employee maintained a job and was able to earn a paycheck all through COVID. And we achieved that. And I think also now we're really hoping not to lay off employees, and we'll look at things sort of in a sequence of how hard it's going to hit somebody, but that's why we'll start looking at vacancies first. But it has to be in alignment with what our overall goal is. Just because there's a vacancy doesn't mean we go after it.
Councillor Ryan.
So 3 brief observations and then a question really from my colleagues and from myself in response to something Paul raised in his presentation that I thought was important. First observation, echoing Bob's remarks and the remarks of others that have happened before. We cannot abandon our long-range fiscal plans. That would be very, very, very foolish. These have been in work for a long time. They're critical to the future of the town, critical on many levels, and while tempting, it would be a terrible mistake. I think secondly, I get the sense that there is a real desire amongst, I think, all of us to do something to help the schools in this year. And I think there might be a way towards that. It's not going to be all that the schools want, but it will be more than what perhaps the guidelines initially suggested. I'm not completely comfortable with that for many reasons, but I think it's something that we are open to considering. I think there's a way to get there. Free cash might be a place we could go to. Looking at specific situations which are one-time transitions would certainly be a place where we could, what I think of as building a bridge. We've already made some decisions, and I think the right one related to the regional assessment method. That's going to start a process that, again, will not get the regional schools all that they want, but hopefully will move in a direction that will provide something. The elementary school raises a more difficult challenge, but again, I think there's a way forward there. We'll talk more about that a little bit this evening. Third is also something we're going to talk about later this evening, and has been mentioned already by the president of the council, and is basically the crucial importance of long-range planning, the crucial importance of critical conversations, real conversations about our future, and from a fiscal perspective, both related to the region and the town's budgets. That's 4 towns, not 1, and of course our elementary school and the challenge we face there as well. So we'll talk about this later this evening, but I'm very hopeful that we can begin to see a way to begin those 2 immediate conversations with the relevant stakeholders present and with real information and real commitment to working towards a long-term fiscal plan year to year. Final thought is actually a question in response to Paul's presentation where he asked us, okay, counselors, you have all these goals, you have all these initiatives. Give me some idea of what your priorities are. Give me some idea of what you might be willing to forego or what you might be willing to put to the side for the moment. That's a very fair question. It's just very difficult to answer it, at least in this setting. I might have thoughts about one thing, Lynn might have thoughts about something else, Pam something else. We'll be all over the place. But I do wonder, it's just a question, if there's a way that we, in some other setting, can have that conversation, and if we can offer any kind of helpful advice to Paul or helpful guidance to him as he goes through this difficult process of trying to bring our fiscal realities in line with our desires. So he raised that question in his presentation. I thought long and hard about it during this meeting, and everything I thought of, I thought, well, I could think of 5 other things, but it's something I think we should think about at some point and see if we can offer him any kind of guidance there.
Counselor Walker?
Thank you, Lynn. So I'm just thinking about what some of our options are to address the budget deficit, like including increasing funds for the schools. And I think Mandy Jo talked about this, but I think I agree that looking for an override at this time, not only do I not think that our residents would support it, but like I also wouldn't support it because our economy is not well. People are struggling. We are already have extremely high taxes. We are raising them for other reasons. I don't think that we should be looking for an additional increase to support the town budget. But I'm also not in favor of freezing positions and moving monies in that way. Again, I don't think that's a smart time when we're considering what's happening at a national level. And I did still just want to push back on some of the comments from other counselors in terms of exploring the option of using reserve funds. Because I'm not sure that that's how it works, that if we pulled $1 million, that we'd have to put $1 million back next year. I don't actually think that that's how it works. And I don't know, like, do we need the $1 million to be put back next year? Also, I don't think we're even talking about pulling 1 million. And I do see this as a transitional purpose to transition us into a period of a more stabilized leadership and to mitigate some of the harm that is going to be caused to our residents, which I think is worth investing in and worth making changes to how we budget. Because again, like some of the leadership of the departments that are at hand are a year or less than a year old. And so when we're talking about and thinking about long-term planning, again, we have to give these departments a chance to make long-term plans, which they haven't had that opportunity because we had this exact same conversation last year at this time, and we had no superintendent. And so it feels a little bit strange to be having this conversation again, talking about wanting to make a long-term plan, but not giving the opportunities to do so for someone who is just stepping into those kinds of positions. And so I also don't know what the best solution is. I'm not suggesting that dipping into the reserves is the solution, but I think again that it is worth exploring as an option. Because, and I think Paul mentioned earlier, maybe a different word than conservative budgeting, but our conservative budgeting has often yielded surpluses every year. Like we just certified a large surplus from our budget from last year. And so when we're talking about the level of uncertainty that exists and having an opportunity to safeguard really important services and programs by utilizing less than $1 million from a reserve fund that we can replace another year in another way, I don't understand why there's so much resistance to exploring that as an option. Not saying that that's the way we're going to go, but I think this is a time where we need to have all of our options laid out on the table in front of us and what those impacts would be. And so again, I would like to see that explored as an option. And I just, we're talking about supporting some of our most vulnerable residents, and I just think that it's worth investing in. We're talking about not the largest amount of money, considering all of the other things that need investing in our town. And we know that there are road repairs that residents are often notifying us of that are in need, and those monies can also come from these funds, but we're not doing these things. Like we are not doing these things. We are not going to pull our entire reserve fund next year to build a fire station. While I wish we could do that, like it's really just not going to happen. And so I think that we can start exploring some options that might be unprecedented to figure out how we can support our residents.
Councillor Lord.
Thank you. One, I'm curious about the price difference. We keep talking about 2 schools to 1, but this is also a net zero building. So we won't have the same heating costs of 2 buildings that are over 50 years old. I believe they have solar power, and if I remember correctly, there's also geothermal power. So what does that cost, in the future? So this one-time really crisis moment will look a little different perhaps in the future when we have these other things planned. I also understand that to some or many, the idea of pulling from reserves sounds like an audacity or like never ever. But we're not asking to do this year after year. This doesn't feel like a repetitive moment. I think we have more time to plan differently in the future. And I hate to say this because this is going to sound probably weird, but I have to say it. But the idea of reserves also feels like a great privilege. I was reading about LA is $1 billion in deficit because of their fires. And I know town budgets is different. I think reserves is a necessity and a given. But personally, I was not born into any kind of wealth. I've never been able to accumulate wealth. I've worked so hard. I've earned 2 master's degrees. I come in early. I stay late. I don't take lunches. I work weekends. And right now, the job that I have for 2 years and 7 months closed abruptly. And I've been searching, but I remain unemployed and uninsured. I cannot afford my medication since December, a really necessary. And so I'm just speaking from my own personal part, and it's not about me, but I also know that last time I worked in the schools, 2020, just before the pandemic, I worked there for 10 years, about half of our students received free lunch. So I know that many of our residents in this town, many of my constituents also live this reality. I'm not alone. We live paycheck to paycheck, and Creator help us should we have a medical issue, an automotive issue, or lose our jobs. How does that relate to the town? I don't know, but we don't have said reserves. So I'm not asking for us to spend all our, if it's really 28 million and we have budget surpluses, each year for the past 5 years, I still don't think, and I know some of you will be like, yes, it's a big issue, but to take some money to meet this moment and then really be strategic moving forward. I'm committed to finding other ways. I graduated in Amherst. I know many of my alumni, some of them, they have Emmy Awards. Somebody helped put the camera on Mars. There is money out there. I would love to. I was talking to somebody about creating an Amherst High Alumni Fund that can help some of the capital issues at the schools. So I just think we can really be creative and call on our community because Amherst is an amazing town. I'm really blessed to live here, and I think we need to think outside of the boxes about our schools, DPW, fire station, library, and all the departments. And I'm just really grateful that we're having this conversation, but I also think I've never had the privilege of reserves. I know it's a thing that many people have, like 401ks or whatever, but also taking even 1% or 5% or 10%, I think won't put us in such dire straits that we can't bounce back. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Shane?
I wanted to emphasize something Lynn said about potentially using a small amount of reserves if it's one time. So that was the issue, because it's not so much, Alicia, replacing the reserves. It's if we need it again next year to take another amount out and another amount and another amount, then there's nothing. But if we were just using it one time, and the easiest example is the 3 elementary schools going down to 2, that if we said there's a bridge here of some extra money, and I don't think we figured that out yet. And yes, Hala, we estimated the schools, if we close Wildwood and lock it so it's not being heated and that we're not running any lights, the elementary school could save about $250,000 in electricity costs because of it being net zero, because that one school compared to what we're spending on Wildwood Platform River. But that's an if, but that is a piece of money, and that's an ongoing, because the school itself would be operating at less. So that is a potentially smaller budget for the 2 schools. So as I said, one person said, are we closing Wildwood and locking the door and not heating it and not putting the lights on? Because as soon as we heat it and put the lights on, we don't save the Wildwood side. So it's more taking a piece of money out for a one-time use, rather than every year saying we've got expenses going up faster than our revenues, and we can't spend our way out of it. When I gave a talk recently for District 1, I said the entire revenue increase for the town right now is projected at about 3.5 million. And health insurance took 1.5 million of it. So all the pieces of it are being squeezed by the fact that everything else, all the salaries, all the step increases have to be scrunched in. So I guess the last piece, Paul, I mean, we may not have done a very good job of explaining the surplus that was generated, particularly the last year. One of it was borrowing early for the elementary school building. And we didn't borrow early, we borrowed appropriately, and then we got caught in a bid protest, and so we didn't build it as fast, so we were earning interest on some of that borrowing. So that's not gonna happen again. You know, it's unusual to have a pot of money that's earning interest. So on the revenue side, we had interest earnings that were higher. And as I said earlier, on the vacancy side, we didn't spend a lot of money on health insurance and on people because we had vacancies. And if we can't count on that, and that was particularly on the town side, on the town general revenue, the schools spent their budgets. So we've had these circumstances that if we're not talking about freezing positions that secures those vacancies, we can't count on that as ongoing money. We've been low on the expense side for 2 or 3 years in a row. And there's a few departments that have generated that. If anyone wants to see it, you can actually see it in the end of the year, the last few end of the year. So Paul is asking us to make some tough decisions going forward. There was the question, Pat, you asked about if we didn't do rental registration, if we postponed it, have we not hired those people, don't hire the people, does that help? And I think that's where the inquiry that Paul is going to have to be doing to have the town budget come in at 4. You know, that's just living within 4 because health insurance is eating up a big piece of it. So those, and having us at the council not making a new demand in our goals that increases expenses in the town with no revenue source for it. I mean, we've got to be thinking of if it's new expense, there needs to be revenue, otherwise we continue to do this. So that's the only, you know, and so that's where I know it's not a popular thing to talk about Crest, but we added $1 million department. And it's, for a variety of reasons, it's never cost us $1 million because it's had high turnover and vacancies for most of its history. So it has generated some of our surpluses because we have got the positions, but we haven't filled them continuously. So it's looking at where that's coming from. People have to we're going to have to be making some choices. And the schools have already made some choices to come to us with the budgets that come to us, and it's a question of how we find the money. And I think the regional, we can find the money for 4-8, and on elementary, can we go to 5 as a transition amount? And where would that money come from are some of the questions we're going to be wrestling with over the next 4 to 6 weeks. We have till the end of June to have a budget. We'd rather have a budget at the end of May or early June, but we don't have a lot of time to make these decisions.
Thank you. We're going to conclude, Paul. I don't know that we've given you a lot of direction, but it's been a useful conversation. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to reconvene at 8:55 and take up where we left off on the 24th of March. Thank you. Please turn your video off and your voice off and turn them back on when you come back. Please return to your seats. As you return to your seat, please turn your camera on. As you return to your seat, please turn your camera on. That way I know you're here. Counselor Lord.
Okay.
Thanks, Hala. That's fine. Don't worry. And Bob Hegner just sat down and Counselor Ete's here. Okay. All right. As we concluded our meeting at midnight or whatever on March 24th, actually it was March 25th when we concluded our meeting. Okay. There was a motion on the table. That motion is in the motion books. It's in the motions now. And it's, I'm going to have the town clerk of the town council, excuse me, please put it up on the screen. That motion was made by Counselor Haneke. It was seconded by Counselor Ryan. And it is a motion to amend a larger motion. So the only motion on the table right now is the motion to amend. Okay, is there any question as to where we are? Okay. Counselor Haneke, you have your hand up.
I would like to withdraw the motion to amend. If the withdrawal is concurred by my seconder, and then make a separate motion to amend.
All right. The question on the table then to Counselor Ryan is, do you agree to withdraw the motion to amend?
Yes, I do.
All right. Counselor Haneke.
Thank you. This is along the same lines as the other one, but reflects some of the information and happenings that have happened between the two meetings. So I thought I would update essentially the motion. So this is a motion. I move to amend the proposal as follows.
Excuse me, I'm going to ask the clerk to put it up on the screen.
She has it ready. So delete on page 2, the third paragraph that begins distribute remaining funds to the Amherst Pelham Regional and replace it with the following. Prioritize a year-over-year increase of 4.81% for the Amherst Pelham Regional Assessment, a year-over-year increase of 5% for the Amherst Elementary Schools, and a year-over-year increase of 4% for the library, and distribute remaining funds between the town operating budget and capital budget funds, and then in parentheses, above 10% of the property tax revenue. Add the words a minimum of between allocate and 10% in the first bullet under capital budget on page 2. So that's highlighted there. On page.
Sorry, point of order. Athena, could you put this on the shared screen? I don't think it's showing up on our.
Oh.
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
No problem. All right, that was the second one I read. On page 4, which I think is still page 4. Maybe it's, yeah, there it is. In the third paragraph under expense projections, delete the proposed first sentence and insert the following sentence in its place. Given the current challenges facing our schools and libraries, we recommend dividing up increases to each area different for FY26 as indicated below. On page 4, the last paragraph and last bullet, which I think is now page 5, delete the proposed addition and replace with the following. Prioritize a year-over-year increase of 4.81% for the Amherst Pelham Regional Assessment, a year-over-year increase of 5% for the Amherst Elementary Schools, and a year-over-year increase of 4% for the library. Distribute remaining funds between the town operating budget and capital budget funds, ensuring that the year-over-year increase to the town operating budget is no less than 3%, and the property tax revenue allocation to the capital budget is no less than 10%. And on page 5, in the first paragraph under the capital budget, add the words a minimum of between funding capital at and 10%.
Does that need a second? Because I
I'm
second
sorry,
that.
is there a second?
Yes, I second it.
Okay. Counselor Haneke, would you like to speak to your motion?
So the one I withdrew was trying to move libraries into with the schools and the schools in terms of what operating sides would get the bulk of the increase, if there were any increases. It seems weird to talk about increases because we're talking about projection, not numbers that are different now. But we now know where the regional school committee budget brings us in. And the prior language would have left all of them potentially going up 5%, but the regional school at this point is requesting a 4.81. So I thought updating the language for the regional schools to the 4.81 made a lot of sense. My goal was to keep the library at the 4% that we had projected before that they operated under when they voted their budget, and to propose the 5% that Anna's proposal actually envisioned potentially getting up to. And then giving the town manager the ability to make decisions on where between the town's operating budget and the capital budget, the funds would best be proposed for use when we get a proposed budget. It is the math I did to get here, just so you know, is if the municipal budget is at 3% year over year, given all the other things in this amendment, if the municipal is at a 3% year over year, then the capital might be at 10.28, if I did my math correctly. And if the municipal is at a 3.5% year over year, then the capital is at a 10.06 allocation. So it's approximately either 3 or somewhere in the middle of those, but that at this point, I thought personally that I don't have enough information to say which one needs to get the bulk of that money, whether it be the municipal operating or the capital line. But that maybe the manager could use his expertise and decision-making to have the flexibility to make that decision when he presents the budget.
Kathy?
I think I understand what you just did, Mandy. So I just want to play it back to JCPC, the Capital Planning Committee, met, and Bob was at the meeting last week, which I missed, and there'll be another one this Friday. But I think, there is the capacity with what we're going to be recommending to the town managers to stay at 10% around that. And that would, so what you're saying is if we were at 10% this year, all the rest of it would go to the town services. And you're saying that that would get you at a little over 3.5? You got to 10.06. But if we were at 10, we're getting to a little bit over 3.5. So
If I did my math right.
So you are 3 weeks away from when the town manager has to give us a budget, saying try to with at a maximum of 3.5, could be lower than that if capital is judged to be higher. So we're squeezing the town budget. Am I understand? I'm asking just, is that what I'm understanding you're doing?
That is what this motion would do, was be a little clearer, although the proposed language that's on the floor without this amendment puts the municipal at 3%.
Right, so you're saying 3, it could go up with your math, it could be as much as 3.5-ish if capital is down at 10. So playing within those two, but it's not going to be at 4.
At least with my math, I don't see how the town
Okay.
could get to 4 unless capital goes below 10.
So that's
But I'm not
all I was
capping
asking.
it. Yeah, I'm not capping it.
Yeah, so that is my understanding of what this wording has done, leaving some discretion to get as high as 3.5, but not higher than that, okay. I'll stop trying to do that because I'll have to quickly look at the math. And I'm just gonna say that I think on the capital side, that's possible this year without sacrificing something major. Based on some recommendations that were made a week ago by the the joint capital, but those will be just recommendations to the town manager, not the final say. And I'll stop.
Are there other questions or comments? I have one. When you say year over year, what does that mean?
So that's from the current FY26 budget to what would be proposed in the current FY25 budget to what would be proposed for FY26.
So are you saying it is to the base?
Yes.
Thank you. George, Councilor Ryan.
So some of this looks attractive to me, but in the normal course of things, we'd send it to finance and they would look at it and we'd get more detail and we'd get a greater sense of what this actually means. So help me understand why we should not do that and just go ahead and just send this message to the town manager, even though we don't really know how this is going to impact the operating budget of the town. Maybe it'll be a little bit better than 3%. Maybe it won't. So help me understand why I should support this tonight as opposed to having it looked at, which gets back to the deeper question of why we're doing this at the last minute, but we'll get to that later. So just tell me why shouldn't this, I mean, there just seem to be some unknowns here. And prudent way would be to get some answers, but maybe you would say there aren't any answers and we're just going to have to Yeah, I'll let you answer. I'm sorry.
Did you want to address that, Counselor Haneke?
I'm happy to wait till after
Okay.
Anna.
Anna?
I had some thoughts, so I raised my hand. I think, George, to kind of address what you're saying, first, it's April 7th. So we're looking at a longer time frame again for this to go to finance and then come back to the council, because ultimately the council is the deciding body. And there's nothing that would stop this from going to finance, getting a full discussion, and then someone just wanting to revert it back to what we're discussing right now if finance proposed changing it. So I think that for me, this is because this is ultimately a council document, and because it's April 7th, we should be voting on it now and that's kind of the primary reason. However, we also just heard from the town manager earlier that we're not going to necessarily know all of those details that you're talking about until May, I think was the phrasing that we got. So I don't know that we would get any more concrete details through referral, and but I do know it would press this even more in terms of the timeline of the process.
Kathy?
Lynn, your question prompted my other question where once I understood what's being proposed. For the 5% for elementary, going from 4 to 5, what we talked about before the break is if this was a one-time increase on the base using a piece of stabilization money. So the difference between 4 and 5% would be stabilization money, which wouldn't, I think that would mean that the town budget didn't have to go down below 4. And so why was that not considered? And I don't even know how I would word that in this multiple redlined document that we're looking at, because the hope is that the 2 schools compared to the 3 will be able to operate at least less expensively than 3 operated at. And one-time money to go to 4 to 5 would keep that intention. And I know there's already starting to be some discussion of who will be in the new building, in terms of staffing it. And you've asked for that, Mandy, let's take a hard look at that. And that's just starting. And as Alicia pointed out, we've got a superintendent who hasn't even a year under her belt, and she's trying to look at that picture and say, how do 3 go down to 2 without having thought about it for the last 3 or 4 years, but really trying to grapple with it. So why not the 4 to 5 on elementary be pull out of one-time money or pull out of free cash, anticipating free cash that we can replenish free cash at the end of the year. End of the year meaning November. So it's a question of why just go straight up to 5.
Bob Hegner.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the guidelines are just guidelines. The manager can deviate from those guidelines without in preparing the budget, and then the town council votes on the budget. Is that correct?
Correct.
So why are we doing this?
Would you like me to answer that as the original?
Sure.
Do we want to set a precedent where we have a written and voted on document, and then we have a discussion without a vote, and we expect the town manager to do something differently than the voted upon written document that we have previously approved as guidelines? For me, that sets an incredibly dangerous precedent. No, guidelines are not written in stone. The town manager does have the freedom to craft the budget that he sees fit. However, I think that if we start saying, here are the written guidelines that we want you to use, but then please use every single discussion that we have without taking a vote to shape your budget, that's, in my mind, terrible territory to start going down. So I would like to see these guidelines formally changed as the formal document from the council that we, again, vote on. And I don't I do not think the precedent of a discussion is being a change-making factor is one that we should set.
Pam Rooney.
Thank you. That answered some of my question as well. I was wondering if in fact we could certainly just vote a list of items tonight, but I was really trying to wonder where the process to get to a number stood. I'm just going to add, as everyone else has talked about tonight, where my comfort level lies. I would support the 4.8. I would not call it year upon year. That I think I would like to change that. I think this is a year where we could target 4.8 for the regional school and 5% for the elementary school. I don't want to see it listed necessarily as year upon year. I would support use of free cash because the town manager and finance director are very conservative in their estimates. I can hopefully predict that we might have some free cash. I would be happy to use that rather than necessarily tapping into capital reserves.
Andy.
Yeah, I think I want to come back on the question of why the budget process is what it is and why this is really not the time to change guidelines. Because I think that there's an underestimation of the complexity of putting together any budget, in the town municipal budget in this case. You know, I've been watching this process for years, and town manager holds a series of what are also called budget hearings, even though they're not formal hearings, which are meetings with the department heads one-on-one to talk about what their needs are, what their goals are, and then giving a sense of what the increase that they have to work with is, what they can do with the increase, what they can't do because of the increase that is being projected. And that all gets written up into a very complex document that takes several months to write and edit. Here we are on the eve of the completion of that process, which has probably been going on at least since January, when the original guidelines came out. And you're suddenly asking that he go back and revisit the whole thing. And so I think that the reason that we put the guidelines in at the time of the year that we do, which is not always convenient because every other year is an election year, and we don't wait for the new council to do it. The reason we don't wait for the new council to get the guidelines provided to the manager is that the manager does need that entire time to craft the budget. So I think that we are doing, if we pass any change to the guidelines at this point, a great disservice to the manager, a great disservice to all of the staff who've worked with the manager in the manner that I described, and have just done something that makes us feel good, but creates havoc for everybody else who has to deal with what we and respond to what we are changing our guidelines at this late in the process. So for that reason, I am really uncomfortable with this entire process, other than being able to come forward and state our concerns, which I think we have adequately done already in the conversation that we've had. The other thing that I want to just point out really quickly, so I don't use more time, is that you think this year's a problem. I really think next year is going to be a much bigger problem. And we need to start grappling with that reality that we are living in a period where a recession is now becoming likely, and we're in the midst of losing tremendous amounts of federal funds to the state, which is going to affect what the state can do for municipalities, as well as what our local grants are going to be. So I think that this whole process is really just pushing it down the road, as we accuse everybody else of doing. We're doing it ourselves.
Counselor Haneke.
Thank you. To answer Kathy Shane's question about the potential for using stabilization for the increase from 4 or potential increase from 4 to 5% for the Amherst School District budget increase, that could be addressed by adding sentences after this amendment is addressed, potentially in 2 of the 5 locations. I think this is amendment, the 2 that talk about the prioritization of what the percentages are. There could be sentences added with a motion to amend that say, consider using stabilization for the increase to the Amherst School District budget due to, for one-time bridging to get to a consolidated school or something. I don't know the language, but it could be done by adding a sentence into the guidelines. Councilor Ryan asked why now. This is a tough one for me because I myself am not sure whether all of these changes are the right things to do. But as Councilor Devlin Gauthier said, if we want the manager to present a budget that, frankly, I believe he's trying to present tonight that matches 4.81% for the regional school district, our guidelines need to say 4.81 for the regional school district, because he has flat out stated that it is his job to present a budget that meets the guidelines that we've passed. And right now, the guidelines we've passed are 4% for the regional school district. So yeah, we might need to amend the guidelines so that he can match them if we want the regional school district assessment number in the budget he presents to be 4.81%. And that's then where I get I don't know what the right thing to do is, because I don't know whether 5% for the Amherst Elementary School is the right number or not. And I don't know whether 3 or 3.5% for the municipality or even 4% is the right number. All I know is the Amherst Elementary School number can be raised after a budget is presented. And the municipal budget can be lowered, but the municipal budget cannot be raised. And so I'm trying to do this to get to something I'm potentially can vote for, and I still don't know. And I'm going to be honest, I still don't know, even if this passes, whether I can, because we are putting, as Andy said, the manager 9 days before he has to present a budget. If we change that municipal number lower than 4, we're putting him in an awful position 9 days before he has to figure it out. But if we want the regional school district number at 4.81, we should be telling him where he's pulling it from now, not in a month. We should, because in a month, when that 4.81, 4 to 4.81 is 152,000, that's approximately 3 positions, as he said. We should tell him now whether he's going to have to find those 3 positions, not in May after he's proposed the budget. So that to me is why now and why this late, because I got the feeling that this council wants to meet the regional school district's 4.81% year-over-year increase. And we should put that in our guidelines if we want to meet that.
Anna?
So what we're looking at with the school funding broadly is a systemic problem. We know we're not alone in this. All of the things that I've said before and everyone else has said. We are not going to fix a systemic problem by not adding these funds to the base. If we ever want to get back to or go to next year the equal percentage increases, we need to take this year to kind of level set right? To get everybody to a point where their needs are as close to being met as possible. Some folks, that means bringing them up closer. Some folks, that means bringing them down to the line, right? But we are not going to fix, just threw my earring on the floor. We are not going to fix this systemic problem by not adding this to the base. And in my mind, not adding this to the base is very similar to using one-time funds. We're going to be in the same boat next year looking at the same issue, except I believe Andy's right. Next year is going to be even harder for everyone. And so we're going to be looking at even a bigger gap. Because the needs that we're talking about are more than the anticipated savings of going from 3 elementary schools to 2. As a reminder, the elementary schools passed a budget that was 6%. We're just trying to get to 5. So I really don't believe, and I think we'd be hard pressed to say that that 2%, that full 2% can be attributed to cost savings. So it shouldn't be a one-time boost. I think we need to get to 5 and then look at if that is the point where we should be using one-time funds for potential anticipated cost savings. But if we don't add it to the base, we are not fixing, I don't think we're fixing the problem no matter what we do, but we're not getting closer to fixing the problem if we don't add this to the base. And I think, you know, Andy talked about a couple things that if we get to my next motion tonight that we will talk about with long-term planning, but also Andy, to your point about calendars, this is something that BCG is supposed to be doing as per their charge. BCG is supposed to be doing coordinated budget calendars. BCG is made up of the schools, the library, the council, and respective staff. So part of what I'm going to talk about in the next proposal, and I'll mention it now, is that we need to be actually utilizing BCG for what they were supposed to do as per their charge and the charter, which is to do a coordinated budget calendar and coordinated budget guidelines. We have not been using BCG for that, and I'd like to see that change.
Counselor Ryan.
So I'm still stumbling over the year-over-year part. The rest of this sounds somewhat like what I think I felt we were headed towards as a kind of consensus, but just for the year. And now we're hearing about it being put into the base. It seems like the cart has once again been put before the horse. Apparently, my colleagues know what the problem is, and so they've already started to work towards a solution. We don't actually understand the problem. There's a whole host of factors here that we have not discussed, that need to be discussed before we finally say this might be a sustainable path forward. What am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about the use of one-time monies by the schools for the last couple of years during COVID. What did that do to the budget? I'm talking about well-deserved salary increases that were negotiated. But when that happens, it's not that surprising to think, well, then maybe you're not going to be able to have as many people as you used to have because you're paying them more money. That also needs to be part of the conversation. So there's a conversation, and I know this is something you're bringing later this evening, and I think there's some hope that we'll get somewhere with that. But you've already seemed to figure out what the problem is, and the answer is more money to the schools. That may be true, but I don't know that, and I have a whole host of questions I'd like to have answered before I start saying, well, the solution is to put even more money to the schools. What we're offering this year is a one-year bridge for the elementary school and a commitment by all parties, we hope, to actually sit down at the table and take a hard look at all the options and look at all the questions and get some answers. I remember over a year ago asking the school people, where was that ESSER money spent? My understanding was it was spent on one-time operational expenses, and it was close to $2 million. I never got an answer. We asked what was the impact of the salary increases to the budget. We never got an answer. We need answers to those questions as part of the larger process of trying to find a sustainable fiscal plan. It may very well lead to an increase to the base. I don't know, but I'm not willing to do that now without answers to those questions. So I'm willing to support this if you take out year over year and make it a one-year commitment, because it seems close, I think, to what we were sort of headed towards. Maybe I'm wrong there, but I really am troubled by this idea that this is now going to become part of the base because we already know what the problem is. And the problem is just we have to give more money to the schools.
Kathy?
Well, one observation I would like to make is that the written guidelines say 3 for everyone. We went to 4 when we found more money. So these guidelines have always, I mean, the actual written ones way back in December said 3, because that's what we thought we had. So they do change over time. I just want to, but the limits change over time, but the words in the guidelines never change. If you went to last year's guidelines, they changed before we reach final. So the guideline document is, old, by the time we get to March, most years, because we have a better idea of revenues in the next few periods. So fortunately, it's gone in the right direction the last few years. This year, we were worried that health insurance was going to be even worse than it ended up being. It was going to go in the wrong direction, that we couldn't even do 3. So what I'm not sure of is what I saw as a motion to refer the entire regional budget, the capital budget, the assessment budget, and the final 4.8 to finance. I think people are comfortable with the 4.8. The 5, people are comfortable with the 5. Do we need to change the guidelines to just say we're comfortable with those numbers? For Paul then to figure out how to get to the rest of the budget on where the money's going to come from for that. So that's what I'm grappling with. If we all said we like 4.8 and we like 5, and that sends us more, it is more for schools. We're not talking about 5 for the town and 5 for the library. They're still down at 4. And I think the capital budget, as I said 2 weeks ago, I think it could go down to 10 this year, one time, 10%. And that frees up some money that could fund some of these 2 things without going into reserves. It frees up some money. It doesn't free up all the necessary money. So so between Mandy and Anna, that's the message we're trying to do, to put together a budget that has some bigger numbers in it, starting with the regional, that we're comfortable with that. And Paul had indicated 2 weeks ago he was comfortable with that. So then, since I can't see the document you had up on the screen, I don't know how it's worded that's got George alarmed that this commits us out into the future, because our guidelines have always been just 1 year, in terms of a percentage increase. FY 26 is what we're talking about. We seem never to worry very much about FY 27, 28, and 29, which we should be worried a lot about. So Mandy, it's just, I don't know whether we change the wording in some way that's setting off alarm bells, but it seems like the attempt here was to get 4.8 on the record and 5 on the record, and then some change in the capital or the town side that allows that to happen. And all I said is maybe we need reserves so the town could stay at 4, which has been where Paul has been trying to plan around 4. So it's do we need to change the whole document question, as opposed to say, here are some things we would like to see as the council. That's it.
Kathy started down a path that I'm going to continue on. Every year we've had financial guidelines. I can remember at least 2, if not 3 occasions where financial guidelines have varied because the town manager took them and then conditions changed. Kathy just pointed out the guidelines right now say 3%. Last year, we took one of our budgets up to 6%, 4 on the base and supposedly 2 as a gift. The guidelines didn't say that. In addition to that, the guidelines have never gone out and said year over year. To me, we need to stop trying to mess with the guidelines, stick with the conversation we had today, and move on. trying to mess with a bunch of guidelines when we don't even have part or all of the answers doesn't get anybody anywhere. The conversation we had earlier is much more productive in terms of talking to the town manager. So I'm very frustrated, and just, I can remember adding more CREST positions in the middle of the budget season, having the town manager go back and amend the budget. The guidelines are someplace to start with. The budget is the next step. And at that point, the finance committee takes the budget and uses all of the input we've given, even in this conversation. And they come back to us with a recommendation. In addition to that, this begins to change the question as to whether or not each of the pieces of government get the same percent. That is a much bigger conversation, and I don't think the place to settle that is in the guidelines this evening. So that's where I stand. Anna? I'm going to go back to saying there is another motion on the floor, so I will not make another motion, but I will make a motion at some point to refer these to the Finance Committee for take under advisement as they consider the budget.
Mandy's hand is up before mine.
I'm sorry?
My hand was up first.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Athena, for putting this on the screen. Right above the red, I'm going to read the sentence. Prioritize increasing the Amherst Regional Assessment FY25 base to its full FY26 base to its full FY25 assessment amount prior to calculating the 3% year-over-year increase. That's currently in the document, the words year over year. I'm struggling to see how that phrase is so problematic to people when it's currently in the document, including the part that Anna has proposed to strike out in the sentence that is in red now. The struck out part has to be distributed would result in more than a total 5.5% year-over-year increase. No, sorry. The current language is distributed would result in a more than an additional 0.5% year-over-year increase to each major functional area. It is the phrase we use to refer to the 4%, the 3.5%, the 4.81%. We use the phrase year over year. So I'm struggling to understand how that phrase has become so toxic tonight.
Okay, fine.
The current budget document also says, as I just read, does have that caveat for if it goes above 3%. We've always had that. And he came to us when it hit 3.5%, and then he came to us when it hit 4%. So to say that he's presented budgets not in line with the budget guidelines because the budget was at 4% instead of 3%, well, it's still in line with the guidelines because that's what our guidelines currently say. It doesn't say 4.8 for one, 4 for another, 4 for a different one. If we want him to present a budget that meets the regional school district assessment as they passed it, we should be amending our guidelines or maybe passing a different motion that says, hey, ignore the guidelines. Maybe we could do that. Because otherwise our manager has flat out said he aims to present a budget that meets our guidelines. And one functional area at 4%, one functional area at 5%, one functional area at 4.81%, and one functional area somewhere below 4% does not meet the guidelines.
Andy?
Yeah, just a year-over-year increase. What it's really about is, the question of what you're building next year's budget based on. And when we did it in the guidelines for this year, it was because it was a document about what we're proposing for FY '26. So knowing where we started, the FY '25 made sense. But why we're doing year over year, it's a discussion for next year's budget, not for this year's budget. That's why I'm not comfortable with having it in there.
Anna?
Andy, you say that, but in the past, we also have specified, even if we have changed our vote on it, we've specified whether or not we want something added as to the base or as a gift. And so I just, in terms of one-time funds, so I do think that it's worth noting, but what we're talking about here isn't adding in new phrasing of year over year. It's copying it up, right, and changing the number. So I'm also confused about why we're stuck on the year over year part. It shows up in 7 places in the FY '26 budget guidelines, in the sense of to calculate the blank year over year increase, basically to calculate the increase this year over last year's budget. And if we want to change the phrasing, we can, but I don't think that that's the part that, I hope that's not the part we get stuck on because it's in there currently. One thing I do want to note, George, to your question, I'm not sure if what you're suggesting is mismanagement of funds or what it is. But one of the things that we heard in public comment today was, the number of positions added to at least the region was somewhere between 8 and 9 since that fiscal year 20, but also since that timeframe, they've reduced 61, and that's just the region. So I don't think that it's fair to accuse ESSER funds of being this major prop. The part that's that I'm stuck on here is how strong people are fighting the concept of revising our budget guidelines. If the budget guidelines, like you said, have varied, which I agree they have not, we've been pretty clear in the budget guidelines in the past about what to do if we're clear in these ones, about what to do if an increase goes over a certain amount, to distribute evenly. We've talked in the past about the added gifts that we've done. If we're saying that all we need to do to change our suggestions to the town manager is have a conversation, I'm really stuck on why we have budget guidelines in the first place. For me, these are an important document. They talk about what the council wants to, where the council feels the funds should be, how the council feels funds should be distributed, and what priorities we have for them. In my mind, this is the appropriate place to have the conversation. And I'm still deeply concerned and bothered that my colleagues, you feel that we should just have this as a casual discussion. And again, I think that sending it to finance does not help if people are concerned about timeline. I would question whether a referral is actually helpful in terms of working to solve the problem that we're facing. And then just reminding folks once more that these needs are not one time, and that if we specify that these increases are not added to the base, we're just setting ourselves up for a deeper failure next year.
Pam Rooney?
I hear you on the adding to the base. So our previous discussion, though, was that maybe finance director and town manager could, my comment, in fact, was I would be willing to look at free cash at the end of the year and use that toward the 5% for the schools. It was not my intention to change the standard distribution of funding, and that's where I've gotten a little hooked up on it. So it was never, I totally understand there's a structural issue, but it was not my intention to create a new basis going forward for the school budgets versus the town budgets. So setting this as a 4.8 going year over year sets the expectation that that would be in fact the basis for next year. And that we would, that's the way my little mind works.
George?
So the referral is to finance, and they have a month the month of May, which is their most exciting month, and they look forward to it every year. They can hardly wait for when it comes around. And they will have that time to hear from the public, to hear from anyone, and they will go through this and have a discussion as they, right? So that's the purpose of the referral. I think this whole idea of altering these guidelines at this point, the points have already been made. It's much too late in the process. It's unfair to the participants who have gone through this process with a whole other set of guidelines in mind. And the real objection is there's just so much we do not know. And this is fixing something, not in stone, but fixing something in a concrete way based on things we just don't understand, don't know. So I'm much more I like where this is headed, but I don't support the year over year. I don't support that, but that's something that finance can talk about. And so I'm hoping that we can simply refer this and let them talk about it, and we can continue this discussion. I think having this discussion has been, in fact, not just a kind of fun thing to do. It's actually not been a fun thing to do, but it's an important thing to do, and we owe that to Councillor Devlin Gautier to have this conversation. But I'm not comfortable with the way this language is at the moment. Also like to point out this comment about the loss of FTEs. I have a document, because getting information in this business has not been easy, but this was the document of June 24, 2024, that lists the number of staff FTEs at the regional school. And in 2010, it was 327.99. And in 2024, it's 327.62. So again, there may be something I don't understand that it can be clarified, but as I was hearing some comments made earlier this evening, and one just made now by a colleague, I have this document in front of me and the numbers don't add up. So there's just a lot we don't know, a lot we need to understand. That's hopefully what this conversation we'll talk about later this evening, if we get to it, will be about. But I am just not comfortable with this as it stands. I would like to see it referred.
I'm going to skip over to Jennifer Taub, who's not spoken yet.
Okay, so I'm a little confused. If we refer it to finance and because then they'll have May to discuss it, but don't we need to let the town manager to give him guidance? So as he's working on the budget in the next 9 days, he knows if we want to see the regional school budget increase to 4.81% and the elementary school to have an additional 5%, to go up 5%. I think we need to let him know that tonight and not refer it to finance.
I'm going to be quite bold. Paul, do you need additional guidance?
So this document is addressed to 4 parties in essence, and 3 of them have submitted their budgets and what they've requested. I think this is, yeah, I don't think it's a useful exercise, honestly. I understand why the council might want to take a position like this, but in terms of our work, it won't make any difference in what we're doing.
Okay. Councillor Haneke.
I have a question for Pam and George, because you've said something that I have heard one way, and I want to make sure I'm hearing it the right way. So the 4% increase that is in the projections, that new number of 119 for the regional schools of 19,591, 872, that's the 4% increase, would become the base next year. And what I've heard the 2 of you say is that a 4.81, which would be 152,000 above that, 19,744,088, would not be the base. You intend the base to still be 19,591,872, even if we pass an assessment of 19,744,088? Because that's what I'm hearing you all say when you say the year over year should not become the base, that the 4.81 is not the new base, that a 4 should be the base. So I guess I'm confused and wanting clarification that from both of you or either of you, that what is the, is the number we pass this year for each of those, no matter what that number is, at this point, is your intention that that number become what the FY27 budget year over year increase is based on, Or is some other number the number you intend it to be? When we talk about 4.81, is that the number you intend next year's budget conversations to start at? If the 5% is passed, do you intend that number to be the number started at, or a different number? Because I'm not I'm not understanding which one it is, given some of the comments that were made. And I think that also has an effect on conversations we need to have too.
Counselor Ryan, did you want to respond?
I think it's back again to the horse and the cart, particularly with the elementary school. I think the regional school is complicated because there's 3 other towns involved. And, but yes, the assumption is that the 4.81, the regional would become part of the budget going forward. With the elementary school, I don't know. I just don't know. And I don't think anyone here knows. And that's my problem. The information, the serious conversation never happened. And I'm not blaming anybody. There's blame to go around, but it didn't happen. And so that's where I'm struggling with that. I think the regional is much more complicated. But the elementary is something we have control over, and we just need to have a conversation, a real one, soon. And it's going to take many months. And what comes out of that, I have no idea what it's going to be. But if it's done honestly and if it's done thoroughly, I can support what comes out of it. I mean, we still have to figure out how to pay for it. But so that's my answer.
Anna, you have your hand up.
Hold on, she addressed a question to me.
I'm sorry, yes.
If I
Pam.
might.
Mhm.
I think it would be the expectation that, yes, of course, you raise the budget for this year, it becomes the new norm. I didn't want that expectation that we assume that it's 5% for the next year. And so it's a one, we've all talked, this is a one-time deal. In reality, our costs are never going down, but I don't want to presume that we're going to do 5% next year. That's why I didn't like
But
the year.
Pam, are you starting to say,
year.
I'm sorry,
are you
Kathy.
starting to talk about, I think she's talking about
Kathy.
FY '27.
Yes, let her finish, please, Kathy. Go ahead. Okay, Kathy, I'm sorry, you were saying something about FY '27.
Yeah, I think there's a confusion on whether we're talking about '26, which is the coming year, or the year after that, when people are looking at this
Okay.
wording.
Thank you.
That's what I think that's where the confusion is. Like, is it forevermore 5%, 5%, 5%?
Okay. Anna.
So we do the budget guidelines every year. We have done even splits for ages that I'm sure Andy and Lynn will tell us how long, but we've done those even splits for a very, very long time. But hypothetically, that has been up for discussion every year. The way that we do even percentages to each area, that hypothetically has been able to be shifted every year. So if next year's draft budget guidelines, whoever drafts them, starts off at even and then we go from there, that's what it is, right? In terms of those increases. So just to answer your question, like year over year is not talking about the future, it's talking about the number on which this is based. And so every year, that says nothing about how we do the budget next year in terms of those percentage increases, which will be up to the council again next year. So it doesn't default back. I think if it needs to be reworded, then the original needs to be reworded because this wording was in the original. This is
Right.
not something I added.
Right. Andy, you had your hand up?
I did, I just took it down, but, I think the next year, we're good, as we do every year, you're gonna be going up or down from where you are now. And that's really what this conversation is about, I think. But I'm saying it so that I can get, if people disagree, but wherever we end up now, that's the point we start with next year. And, we will either increase or decrease next year from the amount that we have this year. And we may have to decrease. That's what I've been trying to say all along. And so then it would be a question of where we decrease from. But in any event, there probably is better language you can use than we did, because what we really were talking about is the base on which we were making an increase for FY 26. And we were saying that the amount that we we were trying to take this thing that we call gift, make it all a part of the appropriation. That's what the intent of that language was.
There's a motion on the table. The motion is to amend the original the guidelines as they were presented. Anna?
Oh, I was about to call the question, but if that's where you were going, I will avoid a secondary.
I don't, maybe we don't even need to call the question. The motion that's on the table is to amend as proposed by Counselor Haneke. Does anybody need to review those amendments? Then I'm going to begin the vote. Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Counselor Ette,
Aye.
Counselor Lynn Griesmer is a nay. Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Nay.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
No.
Counselor Ryan,
Nay.
Kathy Shane,
No.
Andy Steinberg,
No.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
No.
The noes have it, is 7, 6 in favor and 7 opposed. We're back to the original motion. The original motion is the guidelines as presented by Counselor, by Anna. And the only change that was approved in those guidelines was to reduce the capital from 10.5 to 10%. Okay. That it wasn't the only.
There's a
change?
whole lot of changes proposed in this document.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to amend those changes. There's
Right,
not just the,
right.
the down to 10, it's,
You're right. Thank you.
it's 3% allocated to municipal and libraries and the remainder allocated to the regional and
Right.
elementary schools.
Right. Okay. We are back to the original proposal that was in our packet last week. On the 24th. The only motion that was made to change the original proposal was to change it from 10.5 to 10% on capital. Counselor Haneke. I'm sorry, Counselor Ryan.
I would like to make a motion to refer this to the Finance Committee to have them consider it during their deliberations during the month of May.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. Are there comments? Please, Counselor Ryan.
I think we've had a very thorough discussion. I think there's a fairly clear sense of the direction that we would like to see things go. But this particular document has a whole host of moving parts and a whole host of unknowns. And we're not going to settle that tonight. We've heard from the town manager. He's been quite explicit. He has ears. He understands. He's been listening. So I think the wisest move at this point, so we can get to, I think, what's a really important discussion, which is thinking about how the conversation that needs to be had can begin. I would urge you to refer this to finance.
Kathy.
I guess I'm in favor of that. I just want to make it clear, I was also in favor of 4.81 and 5. I endorse those numbers, and it's just I'm having it's partly because I'm actually 5 hours ahead of all of you, so it is where I am quite a bit later than where it is for you. So so won't necessarily be clear, but that means I'm trying to read on a screen things that I understand what we're trying to do. And I haven't seen carefully the elementary school budget. I think the next thing we've got on an action is to refer the entire regional budget and all its pieces to finance, and we meet on the 15th. We can vote that one out, and the regional as a piece, and send it back to the council. That's what I'm understanding, Lynn, is sitting a few
That is
action
one of our
steps.
motions later on. Yes.
That's a motion later on tonight, so
Yes.
I just, the way this one is written, I have problems with. I have less problems with the other one, but the 4.8 and the 5, I very much think that's where we should be going. So that's the only comment I wanted to make about this.
Counselor Haneke.
The manager has to finalize the entire town's budget in 9 days to get it to the printer so he can present it to us by May 1. Our next meeting is on April 28th, I believe, when it's already printed. Referring this proposed change essentially kills it. It's the same as indefinitely tabling it so we don't have to deal with it. Except then, what does Paul follow? What does the manager follow? The current guidelines that the town council has passed, 4%, which is equal increases across all areas. What does he do with the 4.81 that the regional school committee has asked? It's certainly what I'll be asking. And where does that extra 152,000 come from? We give him no guidance. Because a conversation that is this contentious and split, in my opinion, gives the manager no guidance. I'm not sure, I was surprised, Paul, when you said you've got enough information, because what you've heard from approximately half this council is across the board equal percentage increases. And then you've heard from approximately half the council, 4.81 and 5 for others, but no consensus on where to pull it from. And I don't know what I'd do with that. I think we should vote as a council to give the manager guidance for the next 9 days. I will be voting against referral. And then I think we should make a decision on what Anna has proposed then, instead of let it hang without giving then any concrete guidance to the manager, because frankly, there isn't conversation here that has truly met a consensus of this council. Because you know what? I'm not willing to reduce the library to 3 as Anna's, the current proposal on the floor is. I am a hard no on that. I'm a hard no on 5 on the regional school committee because they only asked for 4.81. And so my vote tonight on the motion on the non-referral will be a no. But I would like to endorse 4.81 to the region with an actual endorsement as to where the reduction in the budget should come from. So I will vote no on referral.
Anna?
I want to take a moment to appreciate what Counselor Haneke did in bringing forward the amendments that she did to what I wrote. One, because we always work better when we work with each other instead of, and Mandy met that moment by coming forward with how can I get to yes, instead of here's all the reasons why I'm a no, which is what I heard from a lot of you. And I've got to admit, I'm a little disappointed more motions to amend weren't brought forward. I also want to appreciate Kathy for working with me on the early iterations of this and helping me to come up with some of the language. I won't blame all of it on you, Kathy, but you did help me significantly with coming up with parts of it. And so I'm grateful for that. it's a shame that we couldn't continue this discussion with more amendments to get to yes. Because Mandy is absolutely correct. Referring this to finance is in essence killing it, and it is a cop-out on voting on it. So I'm pretty disappointed that that this may get referred because there's no point, honestly. There's no point in referring it. It's too late in the process to go through a referral and then to come back. And I similarly, Mandy articulated it probably better than my like little crawling script on the side of my page will say, but I am not sure how tonight gives any sort of direction when you have a council that's split 6-7 on those amendments. I'm very unclear on how that is supposed to be taken and where we're supposed to go. And I think we so rarely are clear in these discussions because they're discussions. They're not votes. That's why we go to a vote. So I will share that I will be disappointed if the town manager takes away strongly the no vote and goes with that because there was more nuance. But mostly I'm disappointed, and I think it's a shame that the effort to get to yes and that effort failed.
Pam?
I'd like to know if it would be appropriate to make a motion to take a straw vote. And the straw vote would be for 4.8% toward the regional budget, up to 5% toward the elementary school budget, and flexibility.
There is
so
a
that the-
motion on the floor, and we need to deal with that. And if we want to make a motion, it is appropriate to do so, but let's finish up the motion that's on the floor.
So I think I'd like to make the statement that I don't think there is half the room is not against the recommendations that were in the document that we discussed for an hour. It was sort of the wording of it. It was the process of it. I am perfectly happy to stake a position for the town manager. It's just that this tool is not a good one.
Councillor Ette.
I'd like to second what has just been said. If we look at the vote, it's 7-6-6-7, however you want to slice it. But in reality, there is, I think, a clear consensus that 4.8 and 5 are what should go to the schools. So I don't think that there is smoke in the room. I think there's a bit of clarity, and that is clarity that the town manager can go with.
Kathy?
My comment is more on catching me by unawares where I don't get to see a document before it goes up on a screen, and I can't have it in my hands to look at it. Makes me totally uneasy. Anna, your first draft, I got to see it before we talked about it. This time it was redlined in a major way. So I don't know, which I understand why that happened. So I don't understand why we can't just say 4, 8, and 5, what Frecker just said. I don't understand why it has to be in the larger document. And if you need me to switch my vote to say that's what I would like, I can switch my vote. But it really, we're going in a circle right now, and I don't quite understand why, because I'm not sure what the words were that others were objecting to, because I don't have it in my hand to really read it and think about it. So I'm just going to say that because it is so late on my time, I am not finding what we're now doing very productive. I was fine with 4-8. I was fine with 5. I was looking for a way of the town, understanding where that would leave the town. I'd like to keep the town at 4. So that's where I would like to end up, not just the library at 4. And I was always for fine. So that's where I have no way with a document at this time of night of saying, well, do I change a word here? Because I have to do the math. I have to go and look at the amount of money we have to work with and figure out where am I going to get the money from. We can't have an unbalanced budget. It has to come from somewhere. So I think where Mandy's wording, the one we just did, I think there had to be cuts in some town staff, and not a single person here has said where those cuts should come from. Cuts, layoffs, or freezes. Where's it going to come from? So no one said, I could see it coming here, or I could see it coming there. And Paul had told us that even at 4%, it was going to be tough in terms of staffing. So I don't know where to go with this other than say, I think there is very strong support, and I don't know whether it's 13 of us for 4, 8, and 5 for the schools. And then we've got to figure out how to get there. Where's the money going to come from? That's all my world is, because I think the town can't necessarily live with 4 unless we're willing to say where it should come from. And so my no was because I can't even see the document to know where I would put that money, where I would get the money from. I'm not going to vote an unbalanced budget.
Pat?
That's it.
I have a direct question for Mr. Bockelman. Are you comfortable with 4.81% for the regional schools?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you comfortable with 5% for the elementary school?
We don't know how we get there.
Right, exactly.
So we'd have to work
So
on
you
that.
have a clear sense of what you're working with, and he's agreed to the 4.81%. I'm not sure where the 5% is going to come from for the elementary school. So I don't think we have to change anything. We have I'm going to get lambasted in the Indy, because I once said that I trusted Mr. Bockelman. I trust him to make clear, good, supported budgetary decisions. I appreciate the work of the Finance Committee and the thoughtfulness that they bring, the disagreements and the collaborations that they bring back to council. So if we're going to vote on referring this, I would vote yes to refer it. But I don't think that we need to pass this, because we've already heard from the town manager a very honest and very clear assessment of the two quantities.
Anna?
So I want to clarify that the freezes and reductions that I initially proposed were still in that document. Mandy's proposals were to a portion of the edits that I had proposed. So I had made a number of proposed changes to the financial guidelines. They were in the packet from our last meeting. Mandy proposed changes to those. Mandy's changes to the changes were not in the packet, and I agree that that does make this challenging. But I wanted to be clear that the proposed reductions were not removed, or proposed freezes were not removed. And I think what I'm struggling with is is the idea of if 4.8 and 5 are what people are agreeing on, I'm stuck. I agree with you that not everyone, I don't agree that that was consensus, Pat. I hear you talking. But what I don't understand is for the folks that just spoke up and said, I agree with 4.5 or 4.8 and 5. I wish, and the vote is done. So unless people vote to reconsider based on new information, I wish that you had proposed an amendment instead of voting no. I wish you had said, this is what I'm stuck on. Here's how we could change it instead of voting no. Because I don't think based on that discussion that everyone was okay with 4.81 and 5. And this is not about not trusting Paul. I trust Paul. This isn't about not trusting Paul. This is about being clear in our expectations and our written and voted on guidance. And I don't think that it's fair to Paul to write one thing and say another and then say another. And so for me, a vote is how we share our opinion, and these guidelines are how we share our recommendations. So those are just my thoughts.
I am not saying that you distrust Paul. Yeah, really not.
Okay.
What I am saying is a large part of the community has come here and said that directly. And that needs to be addressed as well.
Counselor Haneke?
So the motion on the floor is a motion to refer. I have no idea what it will accomplish. Because the guidelines that he has to put in his budget book will be the 4% across the board if we refer this. Because that's what the guidelines are. And the budget book gets printed before it comes back to finance to potentially change. I heard many people state that they don't want to change the guidelines at all. Yet then maybe say, but I'd be okay with not following the guidelines. So I don't know what to take from that. I don't want to change them. I want 4% across the board, but I'd be okay with one going to 4.8 and one going to 5. That's not 4% across the board. If we don't refer, we have to vote the proposed changes that are on the floor, which I know I can't support because it lowers the library to 3. And my intended motion that was failed, 7 people voted against, was 4.85%, 4 for the library, and whatever remains either to the town or capital. We're looking at the projections here. We don't propose the budget. It's still going, Paul's been very clear. There are cuts coming and there are FTE losses coming, even at 4%, let alone if we go up to 4.81 for the region, that's an extra 3 FTE cuts coming, and we'll know in May what those look like. But it's potentially another 3. I'm not sure how one of our counselors expects us to decide where those 3 are coming now. That's not our job. Our job is to comment on it when it comes and to say, are those extra 3 FTE okay? Because we want to go up to 4.8% at this point. I don't know. Paul might be okay with 4.81, as he just said, Pat, but I don't know where it's coming from because we haven't told him where to take it from. That's the point of amending the guidelines. None of us even have consensus on what line he should reduce. That's why we should be amending the guidelines.
Pam?
I think part of my issue is that in preparation for tonight's meeting, yeah, I should have remembered that we were going to, and I looked, it was on the agenda that we were going to be discussing this in detail. However, it was not in our packet. And so if I had thought to go back to a previous week's meeting packet to look at all of the recommendations, I think my initial reaction was, I'm not sure I want to. I am very appreciative of the fact that this conversation opened up again, because I think we had come up short of addressing school needs. So the conversation has been good. The details of exactly where something was going to happen, I frankly was not in agreement with all of the recommendations. So it would have been a piecemeal conversation about each and every one of Anna's recommendations to get to a bottom line. I would rather put my trust in the capabilities of the town management in this case to take and I would like a straw vote, to take the consensus of budgets to target for the town and let them come back with their own recommendations of where those dollars are going to come from. I in this case do not need to necessarily direct that.
George, Councilor Rand.
You call the question?
Okay, the question's been called. It does not require a second. We move immediately to the vote on calling the question. That requires 2/3.
Lynn, is the vote on whether to call the question the vote we're about to have?
Yes, the vote
Okay.
is whether to call the question. Okay. And then once we determine that, we go from there. All right. This is the vote to call the question. I'm going to begin with Councilor Ette.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's aye. Councilor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Councilor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Councilor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We move immediately to the question. The question is, the motion, can I have Athena, would you please read the motion?
To refer the proposed amendments to the Finance Committee.
And there was no date to come back. And it was for consideration during budget
During their budgetary
deliberations.
discussions, yes.
I'm sorry, George, why don't you repeat your motion?
Just that they refer to finance during the month of May, during their discussions on the budget.
Okay. That's the motion that's on the floor. That's the one we're now voting on. We'll begin the motion in this case with Lynn Griesmer. I'm an aye. Counselor Haneke?
No.
Bob Hagner?
Aye.
Counselor Lord?
Nay.
Pam Rooney?
Yes.
George Ryan?
Aye.
Kathy Shane?
No.
Andy Steinberg?
Yes.
Jennifer Taub?
No.
Counselor Walker?
No.
Pat DeAngelis?
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier?
No.
Counselor Ette?
Aye.
7 in favor and 6 opposed. Pam Rooney?
I would like to take a straw vote.
Can you just make a motion?
I make a motion that the council recommend to the town manager that the target budget for the regional school is a budget of 4.8% increase, 4.81, thank you, increase from the and that the elementary school budget be up to 5%.
Second.
Okay. So a motion's been made and seconded to ask the town manager to go forward with 4.8% for the region and 5% for the elementary school. Would you like to speak to the motion, Pam?
No, thank you.
Okay. Counselor Haneke?
Point of order.
Yes.
I believe it was up to 5%.
Up to 5%. Thank you. Counselor Haneke?
Where's it coming from?
Yeah. It can also come from reserves. Counselor Ette?
The danger of this straw poll is
It's
if-
not a straw poll, it's a
Back-
motion.
Motion. It was termed a straw poll. But the danger of this motion is that if it fails, then we actually do not have anything to give the town manager as the basis for where he should move forward to.
Pam, you still have your hand up. George?
So hopefully it won't fail.
Andy?
Hopefully it won't fail.
I guess the response to the question of how does the manager know where it comes from, or how do we know where it comes from? We're asking the manager to make a suggestion.
Anna?
To answer Councilor Arte's question, it leaves him with only one guiding document, which is the budget guidelines, which has the equal percentage increases of 4. This gives him a secondary one.
Counselor Haneke?
So those two numbers together are $421,830. Our current budget guidelines do not reduce our capital spending from 10.5 to 10. That means that is a loss of, if the only other place it's coming from would be essentially forcing the manager to reduce the municipal side of the operating budget, that's $421,830 less than the 4% in the guidelines to the municipal operating budget, which takes the municipal operating budget down to approximately a year-over-year increase of 2.51%.
Kathy?
Pam, would you take a friendly amendment, which would say, and reduce the capital budget to 10% to close the gap that Mandy just identified?
Pam, you
Yes,
took
I have
that
to say
friendly
yes.
amendment? Who was the second?
Second,
Kathy,
yes,
Okay, all right. Counselor Haneke, you have your hand up.
So now we're just debating the exact same thing we debated for the last hour, but outside of the budget guidelines. Why did we not do it in the budget guidelines, and why did we refer the budget guidelines? If this is where we stand after we just voted these exact amendments down in the budget guidelines.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. The motion's been made and seconded. It's been amended so that it basically says 4.81 to the region, 5% to the elementary schools, although it does not specify, up to 5%, and reduce capital by from 10.5 to 10. Is there any further question or comment? Counselor Haneke.
So as I said in the prior discussion, I wasn't sure even if my motion to amend on that one had passed that I could vote for this because of capital down to 10%. I've got a real problem with telling the manager and asking the manager to reduce the capital to 10% from 10.5%. Because we have extreme amounts of capital need, including our roads and sidewalks. As one person, I think it was a counselor today, said, the two things that we should be putting money to were schools, that we hear from the residents are schools and capital and roads. And now we're going to reduce one of them. I'm at this point, leave the guidelines the way they are and just wait till the budget's proposed on May 1 and then deal with what we need to deal with there.
I personally wished that we would have just stayed with the 4.8 and the up to 5 and let the town manager figure the rest out. So I'm really caught. The motion's been made, it's been seconded. Kathy, you have a comment?
yeah, if this kills agreeing on those two, Mandy challenged it on finding the money. And I agree that we have to find the money to do this. So I can't have it both ways, Mandy. If I can find the money in capital, you found the money in the original piece too, but I'll take that out if we could get to yes on the 4, 8, and the 5. That's all I'm trying to do is to get to yes on 4, 8, and 5.
I appreciate that. Pam, it's your motion.
I retract the 10% or the capital comment.
Kathy, you were, no, Jennifer, you were the second.
yes, I want to get to the same as Kathy, but I
Okay.
thought that, did the manager suggest a reduction to split the difference? I saw somewhere 10.25.
That was my proposal.
Right. All right, so the motion now on the floor is to fund the regional schools at 4.81% and the elementary schools up to 5%. Is there any further question or comment? Bring the motion to a vote. Run out of space.
Can we see the language on the screen?
Sure. to recommend to the town manager a regional school increase of 4.81% and an elementary school increase of 5%. Okay. Up to 5%. I keep forgetting that. I'm sorry. Okay, we begin the vote. Counselor Haneke. How about I come back to you?
No.
Bob Hagner,
Aye.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
No.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
No.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Yes.
Counselor Ete,
Yes.
and Lynn Griesmer is a yes, and that is 10 in favor, 3 opposed. The motion passes. I know that we are supposed to take up the next item because it was on the previous agenda. And this is the item on the proposed fiscal stabilization and planning task force. Anna, this is your item. Would you mind if we actually do 3 other items quickly?
The only thing is we do have the chair of the regional school committee here who is
Right.
a co-sponsor of this, so I don't want to, if we're talking about the regional budget, I think that's fine, but then if we could do it maybe after that, so that she doesn't have to stay the whole meeting, unless you're planning to.
Kathy?
I just want to apologize to everyone, but I think I've reached my limit of my stamina. And it's 4 o'clock, almost 4 o'clock in the morning here. So I am going to say goodnight to everybody.
Good night. Thanks, Kathy. All right. Here's the motion. It's in accordance with section 5.5A of the Amherst Home Rule Charter to refer the Amherst Pelham Regional School District annual operating and capital budgets and assessment method submitted by the town manager and recommended by the Amherst Pelham Regional School District Committee for fiscal year 2026 to the Finance Committee to hold a public hearing and to make a recommendation to the Town Council by April 28th, 2025. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. There is a whole memo in your packet about this. Are there questions? Counselor Haneke.
I will save some of my more specific questions about the budget itself for finance. But I have 2 questions that relate to this referral itself. Well, one that is to the manager, which is this the financial order that we're going to see at the 4.8 at the assessment the school committee voted? Because we don't have the financial order yet. And if so, since you've said you can meet it, where do you plan on reducing the budget? I'm referring to the projected budget lines, so I'm not looking for specifics other than, is the additional 152 coming from the town municipal operating? Is it coming from capital? Where at this point are you planning on reducing the budget on the 152? That's question number 1. And question number 2 is, I'm confused a bit as to why the proposal is for an April 28th return date and hearing and a vote on April 28th. Why we're doing it without connection to the rest of the municipal budget, particularly because the operating side, because one of the town meetings is in late May. And so I know it needs only 3 towns to pass it, but we can still be one of the first 3 to vote on it, even if we vote in May, not in April, when we'll have seen the full municipal budget presentation and know all of the consequences of it. So I don't quite understand why there is a push to have us do this in exactly essentially 2 meetings with 1 finance committee meeting in between and vote on the same night as the budget hearing itself without knowing the rest of the budget and prior to the May budget presentation as a whole.
That can be changed. It was a suggestion that often we decide we're going to go first. Sometimes we wait and go last. That's my only question on that one. So if people want to change the date, that's fine. I personally, I think it's a good signal for us to send. Are there any other questions or comments? Paul?
Yeah, so I've not determined the source of the funds at this point in time.
Okay.
Will that be determined by the time finance talks at its next meeting about this budget?
I hope so.
That's the 15th is when the next finance committee meeting is. Okay. Okay, the motion's on the floor. The motion's been made and seconded. It's referral to the finance committee, and it's regarding all of the moving parts of the regional budget. Any other further questions? Seeing none. We're going to move to and it does have it coming back on the 28th. That could be changed if somebody wants to change it. Is there an amendment?
The council can't vote till the finance committee's made a recommendation
Right.
under
So
the charter.
If you don't come back with a recommendation by the 28th, then we can't have a hearing and then we can't vote. That's fine. Okay. I get Bob Hagner, are we at you?
Aye.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane. Oh, she's now absent. I'm sorry. Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Oh,
Counsel-
aye, sorry.
Counselor Ete,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
It's unanimous with 12 present and 1 absent. Um, I just want to call attention to the fact that we do have to vote the University Drive overlay tonight. It is no wiggle room on that one left. So I'm going to go ahead and make that motion to amend the zoning map to add the University Drive overlay district consisting of 3 those parcels zoned limited business in parens BL and office park OP in parens along the east and west sides of University Drive between Northampton Road, Route 9 in parens, and Amity Street as shown on page 15 of the motion sheet to amend Article 2, Section 2.0, subsection 2.04, special districts of the zoning bylaw by adding the language to bold italics on page 10 of the motion sheet and further to insert a new Article 17 University Drive Overlay District in the zoning bylaw as shown on pages 10 to 14 of the motion. Is there a second?
Second, DeAngelis.
Okay. Are there any other questions or
Just
comments?
a point of clarification for our clerk.
Yes.
Are those still the correct page numbers on our motion sheet? Okay.
Sorry, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarity. Okay, the motion's been made and second. Bob Hagner?
I have a concern about this. And it's different than the concern I raised at the last meeting, but we got a note from Gus Johnson on Friday 4/4 And he said in his note that as we are long-term owners of our real estate, we do believe that it is important, given the constantly changing face of retail, that we have flexibility in the future to add a mixed-use component if for some unforeseen reason we sustain any large static vacancy. Now, this to me means that the Big Y shopping plaza is not protected, unlike what we were told at the last meeting. So I am totally opposed to this until we get clarification on this.
Okay. Jennifer?
So it's what the Big Y, that parcel is part of the overlay district. It's just saying that they can build mixed use above, but that 100% of the ground floor has to remain commercial, with the exception of, an entrance to the residential upstairs or a mail room. But so it is protecting the retail. That's how he may not.
That's not what.
That's
That's not how I read that.
No, that is how that's how the planning board and the CRC
Right.
wrote it, and that's how it does, it reads that.
Yeah.
I think what the owner was saying is he might not want it to be, always have to be the ground floor to be commercial, but that's how it's written. But and that parcel is included in the overlay district, and it can be mixed use upstairs. But it is protected in the other parts of the overlay district, not that parcel. 100% of the ground floor doesn't have to be commercial, but it does there.
Right, but again, suppose he wants to put housing right by the street, by University Drive, in the parking lot, what's currently the parking lot.
Huh?
Are they prevented from doing that?
They would still have to meet all the zoning requirements of the overlay district and the underlying district for parking and everything.
Thanks. Okay. Pat? Oh, I'm sorry, Jennifer. Okay. eh,
What he's talking about is there's the potential to do residences above it. The Big Y has a 20-year lease. And since I'm going to be dead in 20 years, it doesn't bother me that he wants to go ahead and do that. It really is not endangering Big Y, which is a critical food source for people here in our town.
Right.
I wouldn't vote for it if it were.
I mean, it
Lynn, Nate.
could be Big
Nate
Y.
I'm
now,
sorry.
it could be
Nate
something.
Malloy is here if there are questions.
Oh, okay. Nate, we must have gotten you out of bed. Hi, Nate. Good evening. Nate, would you like to chime in on this?
Sure. So for the parcels that are named, around, south of the post office, essentially on the, western side of University Drive, 100% of the ground floor needs to be non-residential space, up to 15% for incidental spaces that can accommodate the upper floors, like a stairwell or mailroom or, utility closet or something. But so, the Big Y property or other properties, if it's a big property and they want to put a building in, it has to be a mixed-use building. The overlay only applies to mixed-use buildings. So if they want to do some other building allowed in the underlying zoning, they could do that. But if they were proposing a mixed-use building, they would need to meet those standards, whether or not it was in front of Big Y or somewhere else. So it'd have to be 100% ground floor, non-residential space.
Thank you, Nate. I didn't realize that you were sitting there waiting for us.
Oh, so yeah, I was listening I was live streaming, and there's a lag from the live stream to the real time. So I didn't realize
That's
that it
why it took you
started.
2 minutes to get on the thing.
Yeah.
Nate, we really want to thank you for coming
sure.
in. Thank you so much. Andy, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was uncertain about what the meaning of that email that we received was too, because I think it also could be read that I really am committed to the business that I'm in, which is a retail plaza with a big anchor of a grocery store. But this is a long time, and I'd like it. While I don't necessarily want it to happen, if Big Y decided it no longer wanted to operate a grocery store there and no one else came in and it was an empty space, that I would like the freedom. I think that we're in a very weak position because there's a lot of things you could read into that email, and he's not present to provide answers to us, to give more clarification.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, the motion's been made and second. We're going to move to the vote. We're going to begin the vote with Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane. I'm sorry. Poor Kathy. Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Counselor Ette,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
No.
Okay, it is 11 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 absent. It passes. Nate, thank you for joining us, and thanks for all your work on getting this through. I have been informed by by Anna Devlin Gothier that she and the regional chair of our school committee, who has sat here patiently all night, have agreed that we can move item, I'll find it, F to the 28th. And we want to thank you both for that consideration, and we'll move it to the 28th. I'm sorry? No. Okay, we have 2 more motions. Let me see if I can just find them. Okay. The first one is appropriation and transfer order FY 26-07A. Motion is in accordance with Charter Section 5.6, having been published on the town bulletin board for a minimum of 10 days on March 26, 2025, a public forum held on April 7th, 2025, and having been reviewed by the Finance Committee with a report on April 7th, 2025, to adopt Council Order FY 26-07A, and order appropriating the FY 2026 Community Preservation Act budget as shown on page 8 of the motion sheet. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any question or comment? Seeing none, we're moving to a vote. In this case, Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane is absent. I got it. Thank you. Andy Steinberg
Yes.
and Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Counselor Ette,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
It's unanimous with 1 absent. The next motion, in accordance with Charter Sections 5.6, having been published on the town bulletin board for a minimum of 10 days on March 26, 2025, a public forum held on April 7th, 2025, and having been reviewed by the Finance Committee with a report on April 7, 2025, to adopt Council Order FY 25-05G, and order appropriating funds for consulting services for the Charter Review Committee as shown on page 9 of the motion sheet. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Haneke. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. George Ryan, Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane is absent. Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Counselor Ette,
Aye.
and Griesmer's an aye. Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Aye.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
It's unanimous with 1 absent. That concludes our action items for,
Lynn-
no, it doesn't. I'm sorry. Later on, we still have to do minutes. Later on. Huh? We
Lynn, I-
moved it to the 28th, yes.
Lynn, I
Okay,
have a question.
yes.
There was a motion that I had put on, that was on the agenda at the last meeting that was that had been delayed because we adjourned, that is not on the motion sheet.
What was it?
It was I mean, I can make it now, but it was the motion to request information from it was request information from the superintendent regarding the estimated cost savings. I can read out the full motion, but it was not on this. I apologize for not catching it.
And I
prior.
apologize for not including it. Can we have it as a request?
It's truly just a request for
Okay.
information. If I
Okay.
can make the motion now, I'm happy to do it. It's very simple.
Athena,
It's
can
up
we
on
go
the-
ahead?
it
We
is
can
up.
go ahead and do that, right?
It was part of what was,
It was what, yes,
it was part of
please.
what was on the agenda. I just missed taking this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anna, please go ahead.
So I move in accordance with Charter Sections 2.8D and B to request information from the Superintendent of Schools and the Elementary School Building Committee regarding estimated cost savings from the consolidation of Fort River and Wildwood Elementary Schools.
Second. Are there any questions? Would you like to speak to the motion?
I think we've talked a lot about this, but essentially it's become very clear that this information would help us in making our budgetary decisions, as well as if we're looking at any potential one-time gifts of funding, we need this number to know where to get to with such a gift. So we can't have these conversations without the information. So I'm moving to request the information.
Okay. No other questions or comments? I'm sorry, Councilor Ette.
I was just wondering if there's a time requirement to getting that information.
A really good point. There is not currently one.
Would you like to add one?
I don't know what seems reasonable.
May 1st.
May 1st. Wait, well, no, can we do it before that so that we can talk about it at our meeting? No, May 1st is fine. May 1st,
Okay.
May 1st.
And I agree with that. Okay. Is there,
So sorry, am I allowed to add to that motion regarding cost savings with the request to hear back by May 1st?
and I agree with that. Is there any other
Okay,
question or
thank you.
comment?
Okay, if that information is presented to the council on the 5th,
Yes.
that's when your meeting is? You wanna
But if
do-
they get it to you by the 1st, it could go in the packet.
Yep.
Got it.
Thanks, Athena.
Okay. We're going to move to a vote, and in this case, Kathy Shane, who's absent, is next, but we're going to Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Counselor Ette,
Aye.
Lynn Grace Merson, aye, Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Aye.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
George Ryan.
Aye.
It's unanimous with one absent. Thank you for catching that. We are done with the motions. There's no appointments. We're on to committee reports. Budget Coordinating Group has not met. CRC, Pam Rooney.
Thank you. We have continued discussing solar bylaw and making preparations for interviews and interviewing applicants for zoning board of appeals and planning board. In that light, I had put in the packet tonight the interview questions for ZBA and for planning board and would like feedback from you all. If you have any suggestions by Wednesday night to me, please.
Okay.
And we will incorporate and discuss that at our next meeting, which is Thursday
At 3 o'clock.
at 3 o'clock.
Thank you. Counselor Haneke, you have your hand up.
Yeah, it's a question on budget coordinating group.
Yeah.
As you are chair, when is the next meeting going to be called to deal with some of the things that Counselor Devon Gauthier has talked about, including working on a joint budget schedule for next year and joint budget guidelines and stuff in the charter.
I have not set a meeting date, but I heard that loud and clear. Okay. Elementary School Building Committee. Alicia, Paul, anything there?
We are meeting this week on Friday. I don't know if that is a helpful update, but there should be probably more updates at our next council meeting.
And if you drive by the school site, you can actually see scaffolding. It's exciting. Anything else on that one, Paul? Okay. Finance Committee, Bob Hagner.
Nothing to report that's not in the report that we also
Okay.
provided.
GOL, Anna.
GOL will be meeting tomorrow. And we are going to be continuing our talk. Oh my God. It faded early tonight, y'all. It went around like 9:30, the word connection to the brain. GOL will be continuing conversation on the AHRA successor body charge. At our meeting tomorrow, we have reviewed the comments received by counselors in the past. And so if you have any other comments, get them to me now. And then similar to what Pam shared about CRC, GOL is going through the vacancy filling process for charter review and the resident member on FinCom. We will have the interview questions for you to review and send feedback on at our next meeting, but we have approved those vacancy postings. So please encourage folks to submit community activity forms for those.
Counselor Haneke.
Sorry, I'm like also operating a couple of committees behind. I
okay.
apologize. The planning board the staff to the planning board reported at, I believe, last week's planning board meeting that there has been a resignation of a planning board member, yet the council has not received any formal resignation, as far as I know, because it hasn't come through our email.
I've not seen
So
anything.
that was quite a surprise to hear that report, because don't we have to get a formal resignation for it to be in effect?
Yes.
No, it has to go to the town clerk. I'm not sure if it went to the town clerk.
It has to go to the town clerk and the appointing authority, which is the town council.
I've not seen it.
So
We will
who should
follow up on it.
who should be
Yeah.
following up on that?
Okay. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. And even if it was 2 committees earlier, not to worry. On just one other thing on GOL, we either need to just reaffirm and let people go for their liaison assignments, or we need to do that one.
Oh, great. Yeah, GOL will also start discussing liaison appointments as soon as possible. Not
Okay.
tomorrow because the agenda is already done, but yep, thank you.
Got it. JCPC, who's going to do that one? Bob?
I'll report. I'm
Okay.
neither the chair or the vice chair, but neither one is present. We met last week and we went through all of the requests and came up with a pretty good list of changes that put us, I think, within 200K of the 10.5%. But one of the members of the committee raised some issues about the cost of the fire and police radio system, as well as how frequently they replace vehicles versus the school. So we've asked the police chief and the fire chief to come to the next meeting, which is on Friday, just to explain that. But
Okay.
we're very close to a recommendation to the town manager.
Okay, good. At this point, I have that scheduled for the 28th. It's not a voting item for the council. It's just a report. Jones Library Building Committee, anything? Okay. Town Services.
Well, for the record, there has not been a meeting.
Okay, thank you. Town Services and Outreach, Andy?
At our last meeting, we spent the entire time reviewing the Transportation and Parking Commission and the council policy on public ways and the changes that we would recommend. And it's now in a drafting stage. Once it's done with drafting, then it'll be, we'll report it in full to the council, but we will be considering it out for comment broadly, and then so it's not going to yet be a recommendation to the council, but it'll be a report to the council. And I guess the other thing is that we are going to try and work with the District 2 councilors about what to do with Heatherstone.
And we have good news for you. We are going to schedule a District 2 meeting that Guilford Mooring has agreed to be at for May 1st at 6:30. Would that help you?
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm glad we could come to rapid conclusion on that one. Liaison reports, anybody? Okay, I'm going to make a motion for the minutes to approve the following town council meeting minutes as presented March 24, 2025. Is there a second?
Second.
And any other questions, comments, corrections, changes? Seeing none, we're going to move to a vote.
Comment, excuse me, point of order. I never saw the meeting minutes in the packet. I
Hold
still
on.
don't see them in the packet.
If they're not in the packet, we're not going to vote.
I
Okay,
didn't see
I
them
didn't see
either.
them in
thank
the
you.
packet either.
We're not going to vote. We will vote on that one on the 28th. Okay? Paul, I believe you're next.
Yeah, just two things. One is, you've already heard compliments on the Global Village, which I was unable to attend, but it was people just far and wide really appreciated the work that the DEI department and other staff put into it. It was really, just by all accounts, really spectacular. And also on the next day, many of the same staff were doing the rubbish roundup, which are our annual cleanup. And just want to thank Councilors Ryan, Tom, and Ete for being team captains at various locations in the town. We had over 200 people signed up. I think probably over 100 had actually showed up on a relatively rainy day, but it's cleared up by then. And just a huge thanks to our staff, especially Angela Mills and Sam Giffen and the Business Improvement District, the Chamber, all, and a lot of students showed up from UMass and Amherst College. So it was really a terrific event. Lots of good stuff found.
Okay. Are there questions of the manager? Yes, Councilor Haneke.
So in your manager report that was dated, well, it's technically dated today, it was sent to us yesterday, the 6th, and might have had a different actual date on the top. And those matter, which is why I'm making a thing on it. I think it was actually dated the 5th, Friday, on the actual couple of dates. Within the Jones Library section, you had, you stated that the signed MOA concludes the Section 106 consultation process, and then you said these federal grants remain secure, at least at this juncture. I am aware that there were a number of grant recipients of the NEH that on Friday received emails rescinding awards, and I'm curious, that's why I said the dates matter. Has the town or the library received any notification up to tonight regarding the NEH award?
Not that I'm aware of.
Jennifer.
So I did want to ask, since we're not meeting on the 21st, it's Patriots Day, we don't meet until April 28th. Is it possible a construction contract could be signed before we meet?
Yes.
So I find that, I find that problematic. So is there any update as to if the contractor and stuff, have we heard that the bids have changed or?
Bids have not changed. Our Bob Parent has been working with the contractor. There's no contract that's been signed, or actually, I'm not sure if it's even been sent to the contractor at this point in time.
So we received a fundraising, I think it was a funding project update that the counselors, I think, were copied on a correspondence between the library director and a resident. And my reading of the report of the fundraising update was it said 80% of the funds have been secured. There's 6.9 million that needs to be raised, which is a significant amount. That from the community campaign, it said 4.881 had been secured, and I'm not sure, I'd like some clarification about that, how much of that are pledges versus actual funds, money that's been secured. I think we all wonder how pledges that were made before the stock market crash, how many of those will be reduced, or people will actually, have to withdraw their pledges. So there's $7 million yet to be raised. We don't know how much of the 4.8 that's been raised from the community campaign is secure, and the federal grants, are secure at this juncture, but a contract could be signed and we could then learn a week later that they're not secure. So I think that since it's going to be 3 weeks till we have another meeting, that maybe we have a special meeting. I mean, the idea that at the next meeting, we could be told a contract's been signed and there's all this uncertainty about the funding, I think that would not be responsible for us just to end this meeting and hope for the best.
Counselor Ryan.
I'm not sure what's really being asked. This is not an agenda item, first of all, and so the town manager is very aware of all the concerns, and he is empowered to make the decision. And so at this point, it's in his hands. If you wish to do something to take it out of his hands or to make some kind of, but at this point, he is the one who will make the decision in his judgment as to what is best for the town, as he said repeatedly over the past many meetings. So repeating the same objections over and over again is not moving us anywhere. So unless there's something specific or concrete you have in mind, I see absolutely no purpose in us. Our next meeting is the 28th of April. That's been on the calendar for a long time. And so Paul will make the decision based on the best information he has at the time. He has to make a decision by the end of April. That's also been known for some time. And we have given him and entrusted him with that decision. So at this point, the issues you've been raising, you keep raising them over and over again. I don't see the point. So if you have something specific you wish to do or ask, you should do it. But at this stage, as the town manager has said, he will make the decision.
Jennifer?
Well, it's not on the agenda, so right, but so I would like, so I don't even know if I can make a motion that we meet.
You can
to-
make, when we get to future agenda items, is the time to bring up something like this.
When we voted in December of 23 to approve the increased borrowing authorization, we thought we had $2 million in historic tax credits and the
Excuse me,
NEH grant.
you thought that, okay?
Well, the council was in, this is,
This is not, the item
the
is not
executive's
on the
decision,
agenda.
Not ours.
Okay. The item is not on the agenda. We are going to move to additional council comments. At this point, are there any further questions of the town manager based on his report or anything else? Okay, then we're going to move. There's no written president's report. Under future agenda items, this is what I have for the 28th. A call to order at 6:30, potentially a joint meeting with the Finance Committee for the purposes of having a hearing on the regional school budget, unless a vote has not been made by the Finance Committee.
We need to hold a hearing before we vote.
That's right. I'm sorry, unless the Finance Committee is not ready for the hearing at that time. Does that help? Thank you. Under presentations and discussions, I have a JCPC report. Again, it's not a vote of the council, it's recommendations to the town manager. Action items, again, if we do have a hearing, we can then vote on the regional school budget and the other votes. Water and sewer rates, potentially. Transportation and Parking Commission, perhaps. Pauley Village, and appointments, finance and charter review. And then I just added minutes from the meeting that we didn't, the 24th, and proposed fiscal stabilization and planning task force. Those are the items I have. Bob Hagner.
I would appreciate a discussion of the Jones Library financing. I realize that maybe you will have signed a contract by then, in which case such a discussion would be moot. But I think if Mr. Bockelman hasn't signed a contract, I think it would be helpful for us to weigh in on our concerns about the budget and the risk to the town.
Okay. Counselor Haneke.
So I'll play the counter to that. If a contract is not being signed, instead of a contract on financing or a agenda item on financing, I would like an agenda item on how to bring the building up to repair. What's the plan?
Okay. Bob, you still have your hand up? Bob, you still have your hand up? Bob? You still had your hand up. I'm sorry, Anna.
Yeah, given what is sure to be calm, quiet, and short conversations we're going to have at the next meeting, I just wanted to request that the item that we put off from this one go before that
Yes.
discussion.
I'm moving that right up the top of all action items.
Much obliged.
How's that? Again, thank you for accommodating us tonight. Are there any other questions or comments from counselors? There's no other topics. There's no executive session. I'm sorry, Counselor Ette.
There was space for councillor comments?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just wanted to take a few moments to speak about recent events at UMass and happenings in the country. We just learned over the past week that 5 students had their visas revoked. And this has left the international community reeling. And I've gotten opportunities to speak to a lot of the students, and they have a lot on their plate. It's hard enough leaving your country to come to a foreign land, and you have to study. And then added to that, you have to think about if at any moment you're going to be legal. And so that has left a lot of them in distress. And so I just want to say that I know that this is a welcoming town, and that we as a town can continue to be welcoming to them and continue to encourage the international students. They bring a lot to the town. We had the Global Village event, and we could see the beauty that comes from people from all over the world being here. There were places that and people that I didn't know were here, and just seeing that was, I think, a spectacular demonstration of why we enjoy having internationals here. And so we can continue to be a source of support. I don't know what we can do as a council. We may not need to do anything as a council, but as individuals, we have a lot that we could do by opening our arms and reminding internationals that they are welcome here. The extending that, I do want to speak about the times that we're in. And I want to speak without alienating any significant portion of whoever might hear what I'm saying. I think it is critical that we recognize that these are not normal times. That might lead us to be in despair, and sometimes I do fall into that despair. But I want to let us know that we can be encouraged and reminded of some core values that exist in this country we call the United States of America. I have three things that come to mind, and if you give me a few moments, I'll talk about them. I think the first thing I want to mention is that extremism cannot quench extremism. Regardless of how one may feel about any ideology, if you believe that ideology is extreme, it doesn't warrant replacing one form of extremism with the other. If you think of the United States as a bus, and the bus is going to a destination and it turns out that you're going in the wrong direction, turning around and speeding recklessly is more dangerous than going slowly. The point of being a political community like the United States is that we have a destination, but more important than the destination is the journey, and we're all taking this journey together. The second point I would like to point out is America will outlast any political party, and it will outlast any ideology. Nobody here knows the Whig Party, which was one of the major parties when America was formed. Nobody here is a member of the Federalist Party, which was one of the parties at the beginning of the Republic. Regardless of what badge you carry, history is going to wash away that party. And that leads me to the third point, that any form of politics that relies on winners and losers is a lost cause. And we all must resist a politics that sees winning and losing as most important. The history of America is a history of winners, carcasses of winners, people that have been forgotten, causes that people raised up that over time have disappeared. And what we've seen is that victory is never complete. And those that we thought were losers, it turns out that losing is only partial. And so I just want to encourage everyone, let's not get down at this time, but let's not counter extremism with extremism, and let us realize that over time, this shall pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other councilor comments? I move to adjourn and seek a second.
Second.
We're going to begin with Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Councilor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Elena Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Councilor Ette,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer, aye, Councilor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Yes.
Councilor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Councilor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane's absent, and Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
It's unanimous. We're adjourned. It's 11:21.